Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 3 months since I stayed at my grandmother's house in Ravenswood, and I keep reliving what happened there. I've never written this down before, but maybe getting it out will help. I don't care if anyone believes me. I know what I experienced was real. I'm 16, and up until this past summer, I thought the stories about my grandmother's house were just that. Stories. Something to make family gatherings more interesting. Everyone in my family has some tale about the house. It's this huge Victorian place built in the 1870s, all creaky floorboards and narrow hallways. It sits on this hill overlooking the town, like something straight out of a horror movie poster. My grandmother's lived there my whole life, and for generations before that. My mom grew up there, and she always avoided talking about certain rooms, or would change the subject when I asked about weird things that supposedly happened. When I was younger, I thought it was just adults being dramatic. I'd stayed at the house plenty of times before, but always with my parents or during big family gatherings when the house was full of noise and people. This summer was different. My parents were going through a rough patch and thought sending me to Grandma's for a week would give them space. Whatever. I was actually looking forward to it. No parents, just hanging out with my cool grandma, who lets me eat ice cream for breakfast. The drive up to Ravenswood took forever. It's this tiny town on the coast of Maine that feels stuck in time. By the time we arrived, it was already getting dark. My dad practically threw my bags out of the car and was gone before I even reached the front porch. Grandma was waiting for me with cookies and that smile that always made me feel safe. The first night was normal. We watched some old movies, and Grandma told me stories about when my mom was my age. I slept in the guest room downstairs, not the one upstairs where my mom used to sleep. Nobody ever stayed in that room anymore. The next day, Grandma mentioned that I'd be moving upstairs to her room since her sister Patty was coming to stay the following day. Grandma would take the couch in the living room, and I'd get her bedroom and the connected bathroom. I didn't think much of it at the time. "You'll be comfortable up there," she said, not quite meeting my eyes. "Just keep the lights on if you need to use the bathroom at night." I remember laughing and saying, "Grandma, I'm not afraid of the dark." She didn't laugh back, just nodded and said, "Of course not, dear." I spent most of that day exploring the town, getting ice cream at this ancient little shop downtown, and taking pictures of the harbor to send to my friends back home. When I got back to the house in the afternoon, Grandma was talking to our neighbor, Mrs. Pendleton, this ancient lady who'd lived next door for like 50 years. They both got quiet when I walked in, which immediately made me suspicious. "What?" I asked. "Nothing, dear," Grandma said. "Mrs. Pendleton was just telling me about the new family that moved in down the street." I knew she was lying. I've always been able to tell when adults are hiding something, and the way they exchanged glances told me everything I needed to know. Later that evening after dinner, I was helping Grandma with the dishes when I decided to ask her straight up about the haunted reputation of the house. "So, what's the deal with all those stories Uncle Ray tells about this place?" I tried to sound casual. "He said he saw some shadow person in his room when he was a kid." Grandma's hands stilled in the soapy water. "Your uncle has always had an active imagination." "And what about when Aunt Diane saw someone who looked like you watching TV, but you were actually in bed?" She sighed, pulling the plug from the sink. "This is an old house, Amelia. Old houses make noises and play tricks on your eyes. There's nothing to worry about." But the way she said it, like she was trying to convince herself more than me, made my stomach drop. That night, I still hadn't gone upstairs to see the bedroom where I'd be staying. It was getting late, and I needed to shower before bed. Grandma had already made up the couch for herself and told me I could go up whenever I was ready. "Your things are already up there," she said. "The bathroom light switch is just inside the door on the left. Make sure you turn it on before you go in." Again with the light thing. I nodded but didn't think much of it. Around 10 p.m., I finally headed upstairs. The staircase creaks with every step, and the old wallpaper is faded and peeling in places. At the top of the stairs, there's a long hallway with 4 doors. Grandma's room is at the very end. The upstairs hallway was dark, except for this dim wall sconce that cast more shadows than actual light. As I walked down the hall, I felt the temperature drop. I figured it was just the old house's crappy insulation or something. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and I swear each step I took felt like I was being watched. I reached Grandma's bedroom door and pushed it open. Inside, there was a big 4-poster bed with a handmade quilt, a dresser, and some old photographs on the wall. A single lamp was on by the bed, casting a warm glow. It looked cozy enough. My duffel bag was on the bed where Grandma had left it. The connecting bathroom door was closed. I needed to pee and wash my face before bed, so I walked over to it. That's when I felt it. This crushing sense of dread that made my whole body go cold. It was like my instincts were screaming at me not to open that door. I stood there for what felt like forever, my hand hovering over the doorknob. I told myself I was being stupid. It's just a bathroom, for God's sake. But that feeling wouldn't go away. I took a deep breath and opened the door. The bathroom was pitch black inside. I remembered what Grandma said about the light switch being just inside on the left. I reached my hand in, feeling along the wall, but couldn't find it. I took a half step into the darkness, still feeling for the switch. That's when everything went wrong. The darkness in the bathroom didn't feel normal. It felt thick, like it was physically pushing against me. And it was cold, so cold I could see my breath. As my eyes tried to adjust, I realized I could make out a shape in the darkness. It was tall, reaching almost to the ceiling, and completely black, darker than the darkness around it. It had the vague shape of a man, but wrong somehow, too tall and too thin, and though it had no eyes that I could see, I knew it was looking at me. I tried to back away, but I couldn't move. It was like my feet were cemented to the floor. The shape shifted slightly, and I swear it took a step toward me. That's when I found my voice and screamed. I don't remember doing it, but my grandmother later told me it was the most terrifying sound she'd ever heard. A high, shrill scream that didn't even sound human. The next thing I remember is sitting at the kitchen table downstairs, shaking uncontrollably while Grandma made me hot chocolate. There's a gap in my memory from when I was standing at the bathroom door to when I was downstairs. I've tried and tried to remember what happened in between, but it's just blank. "What did you see?" Grandma kept asking, her voice gentle but urgent. "Amelia, what did you see?" I couldn't stop shaking enough to form words at first. When I finally could speak, all I could say was, "The dark man, he was there, the dark man." Grandma's face went white. She reached across the table and gripped my hand so hard it hurt. "You saw him too?" I asked, suddenly realizing what her reaction meant. She nodded slowly. "We all have at some point. Your mother, your uncle, me, even your grandfather before he passed." Uncle Ray arrived about 20 minutes later. Grandma must have called him while I was still in shock. He lived only a few minutes away in town. He came rushing in without knocking, his face serious in a way I'd never seen before. "Tell me exactly what you saw," he said, pulling up a chair. I described the shape as best I could. The impossible height, the way it seemed to absorb the light around it, the feeling of being watched by something without eyes. Uncle Ray and Grandma exchanged a look. "It's the same," he said quietly. "Exactly the same as what I saw when I was 12. As we sat there talking, the strangest thing happened. The ceiling fan above the kitchen table wasn't running, but the pull chain suddenly started swinging, not just a little movement like it caught a draft, but swinging in wide, deliberate circles. Around and around it went, faster and faster. None of us had touched it. There wasn't even a breeze in the room. We all fell silent, watching it spin. "He's listening," Grandma whispered. That's when Uncle Ray slammed his hand down on the table, making me jump. "That's enough," he said loudly, like he was addressing someone we couldn't see. "You've had your fun. Leave her alone." The chain abruptly stopped spinning. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, with Grandma sitting in the armchair nearby. She refused to go to sleep, just sat there watching over me until morning came. Uncle Ray stayed too, pacing the house and checking windows and doors like he expected someone to break in. The next day, Mrs. Pendleton came over again. This time, they didn't stop talking when I entered the room. Instead, she looked at me with this sad, knowing expression. "So, you've met him," she said. It wasn't a question. "Met who?" I asked, though I already knew. "The Dark Man. He's been in that house since before your grandmother was born." She told me things about the house that made my skin crawl. How a young woman had hung herself in the attic in the 1920s after her fiancé left her. How in the 1950s, a man stabbed his business partner in what was now the guest bedroom. In the 1980s, a family of meth addicts had lived there briefly, and they would sometimes jump out windows and attack people walking by. "That house has seen too much pain," Mrs. Pendleton said. "Some places just soak it up like a sponge, and then it never leaves." I asked her if she'd ever seen the Dark Man herself. "Once," she admitted, "when I was helping your grandmother after your grandfather died. I was upstairs getting some of his things together, and I felt something watching me from the bathroom. I just caught a glimpse, but once is enough." That night I refused to stay in the house. Uncle Ray took me to his place in town, and I slept on his couch. The next day I called my parents and begged them to come get me. They argued at first, but something in my voice must have convinced them. They arrived the following evening to take me home. Before we left, Grandma pulled me aside. She pressed something into my hand, a small silver pendant on a chain. "My mother gave this to me," she said. "It's been passed down for generations. It's supposed to ward off things like what you saw." I've worn that pendant every day since then. I don't know if it works, but it makes me feel safer somehow. The weirdest part. As we drove away from the house, I looked back at my grandmother standing on the porch. For just a second, so brief I've convinced myself 100 times that I imagined it. I saw a tall, dark figure standing behind her, visible through the front window of the second floor, right where her bedroom was. My parents don't believe me, of course. My mum gets this tight look on her face whenever I try to talk about it and changes the subject. But sometimes I catch her staring at me when she thinks I'm not looking, with this worried expression. I think she knows more than she's saying. I still have nightmares about the bathroom, about stepping into that thick darkness and feeling something ancient and malevolent turn its attention to me. In my dreams, I see what happened in those missing minutes. The Dark Man moving toward me, reaching out with limbs that are too long and too thin to be human. I haven't been back to Ravenswood since. Grandma comes to visit us now. She never stays overnight, though, and she never talks about the house when my parents are around. But sometimes, when we're alone, she'll ask me if I've seen him again. I haven't. At least not when I'm awake. The pendant she gave me stays cool against my skin, even on hot days. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night to find I'm clutching it in my sleep. And sometimes, though I try to tell myself it's just my imagination, I feel like it's gently pulsing, like it's keeping something at bay. I don't know what the Dark Man is. A ghost? Something worse. All I know is that he's been haunting my family for generations, and now he knows me too. I can't help wondering if someday, when I have kids of my own, they'll see him too. if whatever connects our family to that thing in the darkness will continue. For now, I sleep with the lights on. I keep my closet door firmly shut, and I never, ever enter a dark bathroom without turning the light on first. Some fears stay with you, no matter how irrational they might seem to others. But this isn't irrational. The dark man is real. And sometimes late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I can hear the distant sound of a pull chain swinging back and forth, like something is trying to get my attention. Story 2. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. Part of me wants to forget everything, but I can't shake the feeling that talking about it might help me process what happened. I'm still struggling to make sense of it all. I grew up in Lakeside, Wisconsin, in my grandmother Clara's house. It's been in our family for over 150 years, this massive Victorian place with more rooms than we needed and plenty of dark corners where shadows seemed to live. My parents weren't in the picture. My mom left when I was a baby, and my dad was never really around. Grandma Clara raised me since I was little. I always knew something was off about our house. As a kid, I'd hear footsteps when no one was around. Doors would close by themselves, and sometimes I'd wake up feeling like someone was watching me. Grandma Clara would brush it off, saying old houses make noises, but the look in her eyes told me she knew more than she was letting on. The attic was the worst part. There were 2 rooms up there that nobody ever went into. Grandma had locked them years ago and hidden the keys. When I asked why, she'd just say, "Some things are better left alone, Sophie." I was 8 at the time, so naturally that just made me more curious. Last summer, when I was 13, everything came to a head. I had been staying with my Aunt Melissa for a few weeks, a normal summer break, she called it, but I knew she was trying to get me away from the house. Something had happened between her and Grandma Clara that no one would talk about. When I got back to Grandma's house that evening, something felt different. The air was heavier, like right before a thunderstorm. Grandma Clara was in the kitchen making dinner, acting normal, but there was tension in her movements. "Go wash up, Sophie," she said without looking at me. "Dinner will be ready soon." I headed upstairs to my room to drop off my bag. The upstairs hallway was dark. The bulb had burned out again. This happened so often that we kept spare bulbs in every room. I wasn't scared of the dark, not really, but the darkness in that house always felt different, thicker, like it was filled with something. As I passed Grandma's bedroom, I noticed her door was open a crack. The room was pitch black inside, which was weird because Grandma always kept a lamp on, even during the day. She hated the dark. I pushed the door open a bit more. "Grandma!" I called out, though I knew she was downstairs. That's when it happened. Just inside the doorway, I froze. My entire body went cold, like I'd been dunked in ice water. Every hair on my body stood up, and my breath caught in my throat. There was something, standing in the corner of my grandmother's room. It wasn't just a shadow or my imagination. It was a figure, tall and dark, darker than the darkness around it. It had no features I could make out, just a vague human shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed too long. And it was looking at me. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt it staring. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. Then it shifted slightly, just a small movement, like it was turning more fully toward me, and that broke the spell. I screamed. I've never screamed like that before or since. A raw, primal sound that ripped from my throat without conscious thought. I stumbled backward into the hallway, still screaming, unable to look away. Grandma Clara came running up the stairs, faster than I'd ever seen her move. "Sophie, what is it? What's wrong?" I couldn't speak. I just pointed at her bedroom, still backing away. "The dark man," I finally managed to choke out. "The dark man." Grandma's face went white. She didn't look into her room. Instead, she grabbed my arm and pulled me downstairs to the kitchen. Her hands were shaking as she made me sit at the table. "What did you see exactly?" she asked, her voice eerily calm despite her trembling hands. I told her about the figure in the corner. As I spoke, I noticed her eyes darting to the doorway behind me, checking it repeatedly. "Has this happened before?" I asked. "Have you seen it too?" She didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "This house has history, Sophie, more than you know." That's when I remembered the stories, snippets of conversations I'd overheard over the years. My cousin Kevin had seen something when he was 9. He and Grandma Clara had both witnessed a black entity enter their bedroom one night. Kevin had been so traumatized, he refused to sleep in the house again. And then there was the incident with Aunt Melissa. She'd come to visit once and found Grandma Clara sitting in the living room watching TV. Melissa said Grandma had this look on her face. She described it as pure evil that scared her so badly she ran back to her car. When she worked up the courage to come back inside seconds later, Grandma was upstairs in bed with the TV off. It should have been impossible for her to move that quickly, especially at her age. As these memories flooded back, something strange happened in the kitchen. The ceiling fan above the table had a chain pull that suddenly started swinging wildly in circles. There was no breeze, the windows were closed, and the fan itself wasn't even on. Grandma and I both stared at it, watching it spin faster and faster. "It knows we're talking about it," Grandma whispered. I felt sick. "What is it, Grandma? What's in this house?" She took a deep breath. "I don't know exactly, but it's been here a long time. My mother saw it, her father before her. It's why your great-grandfather built those rooms in the attic, to keep something contained." "The locked rooms?" I asked, my voice barely audible. She nodded. "There are things up there, objects that belong to it, things we found in the walls when I was a girl. My father locked them away, and no one has opened those doors since." The chain on the ceiling fan suddenly stopped moving. The silence that followed was deafening. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" I asked. I hoped it had gone dormant. There were years when nothing happened. I thought maybe if we didn't acknowledge it, didn't feed it with our fear, it would fade away. She laughed bitterly. I was wrong. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what I'd seen and what Grandma had told me. Around midnight I heard her on the phone in the hallway, talking in hushed tones. "It's back, Joe," she was saying. Joe was our neighbor, an older man who'd lived next door for decades. Worse than before. Sophie saw it this time. I couldn't make out Joe's response, but whatever he said made Grandma sigh heavily. "I know the history," she continued. "I know what happened here before we moved in, but we can't just leave. This house has been in our family for generations." Curious about what Joe might have told her, I snuck down to talk to her after she hung up. She was sitting at the kitchen table, staring into a cup of tea that had long gone cold. "What did Joe say?" I asked, making her jump. After a moment's hesitation, she told me. According to Joe, our property had a dark history even before my family owned it. There had been a suicide in the barn that used to stand where our garage now was. A stabbing in the 1920s. In the 70s, the house had been briefly used by drug addicts, and there had been a violent overdose in what was now my bedroom. "Joe says the land itself might be cursed," Grandma said quietly, "that it draws in darkness somehow." I thought about the incident that had happened when I was 8, something I'd tried to forget. I'd been playing hide-and-seek with Kevin and some of his friends who were visiting. I'd hidden inside a folding cot bed in one of the spare rooms, completely covered by the mattress. After Kevin gave up looking for me, I emerged from my hiding spot only to see 3 shadowy figures walking across the room toward the closet. I'd been so terrified I screamed and ran for the stairs, tripping and falling halfway down. I sprained my ankle badly. When my family came to help me, they checked the room, but found nothing. Except the closet door was closed, even though I distinctly remembered it being open when I was hiding. I told Grandma about this memory, and she nodded slowly. That room has always been a hot spot. Your Aunt Melissa refused to sleep in there after seeing a woman standing at the foot of the bed one night. We stayed up talking until dawn, sharing stories we'd both kept hidden for years. Strange sounds in the walls, items going missing and reappearing in odd places, the overwhelming feeling of dread that sometimes permeated certain rooms for days before dissipating. As the sun began to rise, casting long shadows through the kitchen windows, Grandma made a decision. "We need to open those attic rooms," she said firmly. "Whatever's up there, whatever my father locked away, it's connected to what's happening." I was terrified at the thought, but also knew she was right. If we wanted answers, we needed to look in those rooms. Grandma went to her bedroom to retrieve the keys she'd hidden all these years. I waited at the bottom of the attic stairs, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When she returned, her face was ashen. "They're gone," she whispered. "The keys are gone." A chill ran down my spine. "Could you have put them somewhere else?" She shook her head. "They were in a box locked in my bedside drawer. The box is still there, still locked, but empty." We both knew what this meant. Something didn't want us opening those doors. But Grandma was determined. "We'll break them down if we have to," she said. We climbed the narrow attic stairs together. Each step creaked louder than usual, as if the house was protesting our intrusion. The attic was stuffy and dim, with only one small window letting in the morning light. Dust particles floated in the sunbeam, dancing in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The two locked doors stood side by side at the far end of the attic. They were older than the rest of the house, made of heavy dark wood with ornate iron hinges and large keyholes. No one had touched them in decades. As we approached, the temperature dropped noticeably. My breath fogged in front of my face, despite it being summer. "Grandma," I whispered, "are you sure about this?" Before she could answer, we heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from behind one of the doors, like fingernails gently dragging across the wood from the inside. Grandma froze. The scratching continued, growing slightly louder, more insistent. Then it stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something else, whispering, so faint I couldn't make out words, but definitely voices, multiple ones, having a conversation just below the threshold of hearing. "We should go," I said, tugging at Grandma's sleeve. "Please, let's go." She stood transfixed, staring at the doors. "They've never done this before," she murmured. "They've never made sounds." As if in response, a loud thump came from behind the right-hand door, like something heavy had fallen or been thrown. That snapped Grandma out of her trance. She grabbed my hand, and we hurried back toward the attic stairs. As we reached them, all the lights in the house went out simultaneously. The attic plunged into near darkness, with only the faint glow from the small window remaining. Behind us, we heard one of the attic doors creak open. We didn't look back. We practically fell down the attic stairs in our rush to get away. Grandma pulled me toward the front door, not even stopping to grab her purse or keys. As we reached the front hallway, every door in the house slammed shut simultaneously. A deafening boom that shook the walls. The front door wouldn't budge when Grandma tried the handle. "The back door!" she gasped, pulling me toward the kitchen. We never made it. Halfway there, we both stopped dead in our tracks. Standing between us and the kitchen was the dark figure I had seen in Grandma's bedroom. Up close, it was even more terrifying. It wasn't just dark. It seemed to absorb the light around it, creating a void in the shape of a person. Where its face should have been was just emptiness, and it wasn't alone. Behind it, other shadows were taking form, indistinct shapes that writhed and shifted, never quite settling into any recognizable form. "The attic," Grandma whispered, her voice cracking. "We released them all." The dark figure took a step toward us. I could feel its malevolence like a physical force pressing against my skin. Grandma suddenly pushed me behind her. "Run," she ordered. "The cellar door. Go now." I hesitated. I couldn't leave her. "Go!" she shouted, and the raw fear in her voice propelled me into action. I ran toward the cellar door, off the dining room. Behind me, I heard Grandma start to recite something, a prayer or incantation, I couldn't tell which. Her voice grew strangely strong, filling the house. As I reached the cellar door, I looked back. The shadows were converging on Grandma, but they seemed unable to touch her directly. The dark figure was locked in place, vibrating with what looked like rage. Then the lights came back on, blindingly bright. For a split second I saw them clearly. The shadows, the dark figure, and dozens of other entities filling our house. Some looked human-like, others were twisted, wrong shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. And in that instant of illumination, they all turned toward me. The lights went out again. In the darkness, I heard Grandma scream, "The door, Sophie! Open it now!" I fumbled with the cellar door, finally getting it open. Cool air rushed up from below. I took one step down, then turned back again, unable to leave without Grandma. In the dim light filtering through the windows, I saw her still standing in the hallway, arms outstretched, speaking words I didn't understand. The shadows were swirling around her like a tornado, and at the center of it all, the dark figure stood completely still, facing me. Then it spoke, not with a voice, but directly into my mind. One word, my name, Sophie. I'll never forget the sound of it, like hundreds of voices layered on top of each other, some screaming, some whispering, all saying my name at once. Grandma must have heard it too, because she suddenly looked at me with terror in her eyes. "Go!" she screamed one last time. I stumbled down the cellar stairs, slamming the door behind me. The cellar had an old exit that led directly outside, a heavy wooden door reinforced with metal. I ran to it, pushed it open, and burst out into the blinding sunlight. Behind me, the entire house seemed to groan, a deep, structural sound like wood and stone under immense pressure. Then silence. I stood in our backyard, shaking uncontrollably, staring at the house. It looked perfectly normal from the outside, just an old Victorian home on a sunny summer morning. I wanted to run back in for Grandma, but my body wouldn't move. Fear had paralyzed me completely. I don't know how long I stood there before our neighbor Joe found me. He'd been walking his dog and saw me standing barefoot in the grass, staring at the house. "Sophie," he called, "are you okay? Where's Clara?" I couldn't answer, couldn't speak at all. Joe approached the house cautiously, calling for Grandma. When she didn't answer, he went inside. He came out minutes later, his face pale. "Sophie," he said gently, "there's no one in there. The house is empty." That was 3 months ago. They never found Grandma Clara. The police searched every inch of our house, but there was no trace of her. They said she probably left, had some kind of breakdown. They pointed to the attic doors that were now splintered open, saying she must have broken them herself in a confused state. But I know what happened. Those things in the house took her. The dark man and his shadows. I'm living with Aunt Melissa now. I haven't been back to the house since that day, but Melissa had to go there last week to collect some of my things. She said everything was normal. No cold spots, no strange sounds, nothing unusual at all. Except for one thing. In Grandma's room on her bedside table, she found a small box. Inside were 2 old iron keys, the keys to the attic rooms that had disappeared, and written on a slip of paper underneath them, in handwriting that wasn't Grandma's, was a message. "We're waiting for you to come home, Sophie." Story 3. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night. It's been 3 months, and I can't stop thinking about it. I've talked to my parents, my therapist, even some paranormal forums online, but nothing really helps. I guess I'm hoping that writing it all down might give me some closure, or at least help me understand it better. I'm 17 and I've lived in this old house in Westfield, Massachusetts my entire life. It's one of those huge Victorian houses that looks cool in pictures, but is actually kind of a nightmare to live in. Creaky floors, drafty windows, weird smells that come and go. But I never really thought it was haunted or anything. I mean, sure, there were always stories in my family, but I figured they were just that, stories. That changed on April 12th. I remember the date because it was my little sister's birthday and we'd had a small party earlier. My parents had gone to bed around 10:30 and I was just chilling in my room, playing some games on my laptop with my headphones on. It was around midnight when I decided to take a break. I pulled off my headphones and immediately felt different. The house seemed too quiet, you know? Not the normal quiet of nighttime, but like an intentional silence, like everything was holding its breath. I got up to grab a drink from the kitchen, but as soon as I stood up, I noticed something was off with my closet. The door was open, which wasn't unusual. I always leave it open, but there was something about the darkness inside it that seemed deeper than normal. I remember thinking it looked like a hole in reality rather than just a dark closet. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. You know how sometimes shadows can look like they're moving, but this wasn't that. These were distinct figures, 2, maybe 3 of them, moving toward my closet from the other side of my room. They weren't walking normally. It was more like they were gliding. They were completely black, not just dark-colored, but utterly devoid of light, like cutouts in reality. They didn't have distinct features that I could see, no faces, no clothing, just humanoid shapes of pure darkness. I froze. I literally couldn't move. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like sleep paralysis, except I was wide awake. The only thing I could feel was this overwhelming sense of dread washing over me in waves. It wasn't just fear, it was deeper than that. It felt ancient and cold, like these things weren't just dangerous but fundamentally wrong in some way I couldn't articulate. One of the figures turned slightly, and even though it didn't have eyes, I knew it was looking right at me. That's when I finally broke out of my paralysis. I screamed, not like in movies where people scream words or coherently call for help. It was this primal animal sound that I didn't even recognize as coming from me. I bolted for my bedroom door, fumbling with the handle because my hands were shaking so badly. I could feel them behind me, getting closer. The air got colder, so cold it hurt to breathe. I finally got the door open and sprinted for the stairs, but in my panic, I missed the first step. I went down hard, tumbling about halfway down the staircase before I managed to grab the railing. My parents came running out of their bedroom. Dad had a baseball bat. He keeps one by the bed ever since someone tried to break in a few years ago, and Mom was right behind him. I was sobbing, trying to explain what I'd seen, but I wasn't making much sense. My arm was throbbing from the fall. Turns out I'd sprained my wrist pretty badly. Dad insisted on checking my room while Mom stayed with me. I begged him not to go, but he went anyway. He was up there for maybe 5 minutes, which felt like hours. When he came back down, he looked confused rather than scared. "There's nothing there, Lucas," he said. "Everything looks normal." "But the closet," I insisted. "They were going into the closet." "The closet door is closed," he said. "Everything's in its place." That's when I felt a chill run down my spine again. I never close my closet door. Ever. Not since I was a kid and convinced myself there was something hiding in there. Even now, I can't sleep if that door is closed. My dad knows this. He's the one who installed a nightlight in there when I was 7 because I was so terrified of the dark space. We went back up together, me, Mom, and Dad. Sure enough, the closet door was firmly shut. Dad opened it, shining his phone flashlight inside to show me there was nothing there but my clothes and shoes. But that didn't make me feel better. If anything, it made it worse, because something had closed that door and it wasn't me. We ended up in the kitchen with Mom making hot chocolate like she used to when I had nightmares as a kid. That's when the family stories started coming out again, but with a new weight to them. Dad reminded me about Uncle William's experience when he was 9. I'm named after him, Lucas William Bennett. William had been staying in this very house, in what's now my parents' bedroom. He woke up in the middle of the night to see what he described as a pure black person walking into his room. Not a person with dark skin, but a person-shaped void that seemed to absorb light. William screamed, and my grandparents came running, but whatever he'd seen was gone by then. Then there was Aunt Rebecca's story, which I'd always thought was just her being dramatic. She was sitting in the living room one evening when she looked out the window and saw Grandma standing in the yard, staring at her with what she called an evil expression. Rebecca had run to check on Grandma, only to find her in bed with the TV off, clearly having been there for some time. There was no way Grandma could have gotten from the yard to her bedroom in the seconds it took Rebecca to check. But the story that really got to me that night was one I'd partially blocked out from when I was 13. We were visiting my grandmother's house about an hour from here. It was also an old house, built around the same time as ours. I'd gone looking for my cousin and ended up at my grandmother's bedroom. The light was off, but the door was open. I remember stepping into the doorway and suddenly feeling this overwhelming terror. According to my grandmother and uncle, who were in the next room, I just froze there for maybe 30 seconds before letting out this horrible scream and then collapsing. When I came to, I was on the couch with everyone around me looking worried. They asked me what happened, what I'd seen, but all I could say was, "The dark man." I don't remember seeing anything specific, just feeling this presence, ancient and malevolent. I'd completely forgotten about this incident until my mom brought it up that night after I'd seen the figures in my room. As we sat there talking, the weirdest thing happened. There's a ceiling fan in our kitchen with one of those pull chains. It suddenly started swinging wildly, like someone had yanked on it hard. But the fan wasn't on, and there wasn't any breeze. We all stared at it, watching it swing in wider and wider arcs before it suddenly stopped dead, not gradually slowing like it should have, but stopping instantly, as if caught by an invisible hand. That's when Dad finally admitted something he'd never told us before. When they bought this house 20 years ago, before I was born, the previous owners had warned them about strange occurrences. Dad had brushed it off as them trying to explain away some issue with the house, like bad wiring or plumbing problems. But over the years, he'd experienced things himself. Footsteps when no one was home, doors opening or closing on their own, the feeling of being watched. Mom chimed in then, saying she'd researched the house's history a few years back, but had kept it from us kids to avoid scaring us. The house was built in 1870 by a wealthy merchant who reportedly went insane and hanged himself in the attic. After that, the house changed hands numerous times, never staying with one family for more than a decade. In the 1940s, there was a murder-suicide. A man stabbed his wife multiple times before killing himself. In the 1980s, the house was apparently used as a meth lab, and the people living here were violent. Neighbors reported seeing them jump from windows and assault random people on the street. The house stood empty for almost a decade after that, before being renovated and sold to my parents. As Mom told these stories, I kept thinking about those dark figures moving toward my closet. Were they connected to the house's past? Were they former residents? Or something else entirely? And why now? Why me? We ended up all sleeping in the living room that night, none of us wanting to be alone. I didn't get much sleep, though. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those figures again, felt that bone-deep dread. The next day, Dad called a local priest to come bless the house. We're not even that religious, but he was desperate to do something. The priest came, did his thing with holy water and prayers, but I could tell he was uncomfortable the whole time, especially in my room. Before he left, he pulled my parents aside and said something I couldn't hear. but it made my mom cry. That night, our neighbor, Mrs. Levitt, came over with a casserole because apparently that's what you do when someone has a supernatural encounter. She's lived next door for like 40 years, so she knows all the neighborhood gossip. When my parents mentioned the blessing, she nodded like it made perfect sense. This whole area has a darkness to it, she said. All these old houses, they've seen too much suffering. It soaks into the walls after a while. She told us more stories about my house and others nearby, disappearances, unexplained deaths, children who spoke of shadow people watching them through windows. According to her, there had been a Native American burial ground somewhere in this area before the town was built, though I don't know if that's true or just one of those things people say to explain weird occurrences. It's been 3 months now, and nothing as dramatic as that night has happened again. But things aren't normal either. My closet door will be closed when I know I left it open. I'll find my possessions moved or missing entirely. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m., feeling like someone is standing over my bed, but when I turn on the light, no one's there. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but she keeps suggesting it was a vivid nightmare or sleep paralysis. But I know what I saw. Those figures were real, and they're still here, somewhere in this house, watching and waiting. For what, I don't know. Last week I was home alone doing homework when I heard my name being called from upstairs. It sounded exactly like my mum, but I knew she was at work. I didn't go up to check. Sometimes at night I can hear scratching inside my walls, like something's trying to get out. My parents say it's just mice, but we've had exterminators check multiple times and they never find anything. The worst part is, I think whatever these things are, they're getting stronger, more confident. Last night I woke up to find my bedroom door wide open, even though I distinctly remember closing and locking it before bed. And on my mirror, in the condensation like someone had drawn with their finger, was a crude stick figure. I don't know what to do anymore. My parents are talking about selling the house, but I'm afraid whatever's here might follow us. Or maybe it's not the house at all. Maybe it's me they're interested in. Maybe that dark man I saw when I was 13 has been watching me all this time, waiting for the right moment. All I know is that I'm not crazy, I'm not making this up, and I'm terrified of what might happen the next time I see those figures coming for me. Story 4. I've never told many people this story. I don't like talking about it because I know what they'll think. They'll give me that look. The one that says, this kid is making stuff up, or he probably just had a nightmare. But I swear on everything I care about, what happened that night at my dad's house was real. This all went down about 7 years ago when I was 12. I was staying at my dad's place in Elmwood, Virginia, with my friend Alex. My parents split when I was 9, and I'd spend weekends at Dad's every other week. It was a pretty normal setup, and I actually liked going there. Dad's house backed up to this dense stretch of forest that seemed to go on forever, and from my upstairs bedroom window you could see nothing but trees for miles. That particular night started off totally normal. Alex and I spent most of the evening playing video games, eating too much pizza, and watching YouTube videos we probably shouldn't have been watching at our age. My stepmom Sandra, who I just called Sandra, kept telling us to quiet down because it was getting late. Around 10:30, Sandra finally made us go to bed. Alex crashed on the air mattress on my floor, and I took my bed. We whispered back and forth for a while about school and whatever dumb stuff 12-year-old boys talk about until Alex fell asleep. I remember he always fell asleep fast, and I was jealous of that because I'd usually lie awake for an hour before I could drift off. It must have been around 11 when I noticed something weird outside my window. At first I thought it was just the reflection of something in my room, so I sat up and looked closer. There was this blue light, like a perfect sphere, hovering above the tree line, maybe a quarter mile from the house. My first thought was that it was someone out there with a flashlight, maybe spotlighting for animals or something. But then I realized that didn't make any sense. Flashlights aren't blue, they're white or yellow. This thing was distinctly blue, not a pale blue, but this deep, electric kind of blue that almost seemed to pulse slightly. I watched it for maybe 30 seconds, floating there, completely silent, not moving at all. Then I freaked out a little and decided to get Sandra. I jumped out of bed and ran down the hall to where she was reading in the living room. "Sandra, there's something outside my window," I blurted out, probably looking scared out of my mind. She put her book down with this annoyed look. "What are you talking about, Charlie?" "There's like this blue ball of light above the trees. Come look." She sighed but got up and followed me back to my room. I rushed to the window, pointing out where I had seen it. "Right there, above those trees." But it was gone, just completely vanished. "Charlie, it's late. You're overtired and your eyes are playing tricks on you," Sandra said. "Or maybe it was just the moon reflecting off something." I knew what I saw wasn't the moon or a reflection. The moon was visible in a completely different part of the sky. But Sandra had already made up her mind that I was seeing things. "Try to get some sleep," she said, tucking me back in like I was 5 instead of 12. She glanced at Alex, who was still sound asleep on the floor. "See? Alex is sleeping just fine." After she left, I lay there staring at the ceiling, telling myself maybe she was right. Maybe I was just seeing things. I didn't want to look out the window again, but after about 10 minutes, I couldn't help myself. The blue orb was back, but this time it wasn't hovering over the tree line. It had moved closer and was now floating in front of the trees, maybe 100 yards from the house. I felt my heart start pounding in my chest. This wasn't my imagination. This thing was real and it was getting closer. I ran back to get Sandra again, practically pulling her arm. "It's back! It moved closer!" When we got back to my room, of course, the orb was gone again. Sandra was definitely irritated now. "Charlie, enough. I don't know what you think you're seeing, but there's nothing out there. It's just the dark playing tricks on you." "But it was there, I swear. It was closer this time." "That's enough," she said firmly. "Don't come get me again unless it's an actual emergency. You need to go to sleep." After she left, I was too scared to look out the window. I tried to wake Alex up, but he was completely out of it, just mumbling and rolling over. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and tried to convince myself that I was just freaking myself out over nothing. But I couldn't stop myself from looking again. About 15 minutes later, I slowly turned my head toward the window. The blue orb was there, even closer now. It was hovering at the edge of our yard, maybe 30 feet from the house. I could see it more clearly now. It was perfectly round, about the size of a basketball, and it seemed to have this weird texture to it, almost like it was made of energy instead of anything solid. It pulsed slightly, growing a bit brighter, then dimmer in a slow rhythm. I was terrified, but I knew Sandra wouldn't believe me if I got her again. I thought about waking my dad, but his bedroom was downstairs and I'd have to go through the dark house to get there. So I just sat there, frozen, watching this thing slowly hovering at the edge of our yard. And then, after maybe a minute, it vanished again, just blinked out of existence. I was shaking at this point. I didn't understand what was happening. Part of me wanted to hide under my covers, but another part couldn't stop watching the window, waiting for it to come back. It did come back. 20 minutes later, I looked out and saw it floating right at the edge of our porch, only about 10 feet from the house. I could see it illuminating parts of our porch furniture with its blue glow. That's when I knew for absolute certain this wasn't my imagination. It was casting real light on real objects. I ran to get Sandra one more time, practically in tears. "It's right outside on the porch now. Please, just come look." She was really angry at this point. "Charlie, I told you to stop this. There is nothing outside. You're either having a nightmare or you're making this up for attention. Either way, I don't want to hear another word about it. Go to bed and stay there." She practically pushed me back into my room and shut the door. I stood there in the dark, feeling completely alone and terrified. I didn't know what to do. I thought about hiding in my closet, but somehow that seemed even scarier. I slowly walked back to my window, dreading what I might see. The orb was gone from the porch. For a split second I felt relief. Then I saw it. The blue orb was floating directly outside my window, not more than a foot from the glass. I could see it perfectly now. It wasn't just blue. There were these subtle swirls of darker blue moving within it like currents in water, and there was something about the way it hovered there, so perfectly still, that made it seem intelligent, like it was watching me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even scream. I just stood there, staring at this impossible thing floating outside my second-story window. And then it moved. But not away from the window, it moved through it. The blue orb passed through the solid glass of my window like it wasn't even there. No breaking, no opening. It just slid through the solid matter like a ghost. Now it was in my room. The blue light it gave off wasn't actually that bright. It didn't light up the whole room or anything. It was more like the glow from a really dim nightlight, just enough to see by. I backed away until I hit my bed and sat down hard. The orb floated slowly across my room, completely silent. I glanced at Alex on the floor, still somehow sound asleep despite the blue light. I wanted to yell for him to wake up, but no sound would come out of my mouth. The orb drifted to the foot of my bed and just stopped. It hovered there, pulsing slightly, maybe 3 feet away from me. I could feel something coming from it. Not heat, but some kind of energy that made the hair on my arms stand up. That's the last thing I clearly remember from that moment. Everything after that gets weird and fragmented in my memory. I think I blacked out, but not in a normal way. It wasn't like fainting. It was more like my consciousness just switched off. When I became aware again, I was still in my room. The moon was visible through my window, in the same position it had been before, so I knew not much time had passed. The blue orb was gone. I felt strange, disoriented and kind of numb, like my whole body had fallen asleep. I got up shakily and went to the window, looking out at the dark forest. And that's when it happened, this flash in my mind. Not like a memory exactly, but more like something being projected directly into my brain. I saw a boy about my age, with short blonde hair and really bright green eyes looking back at me. His face was so clear, so detailed. I'd never seen him before, but in that moment, I felt like I knew him. The image flashed away and was replaced by impressions of a storm, dark clouds, rain, wind-bending trees, then darkness, complete, total darkness with a sense of, I don't know how to describe it. Loneliness? Fear? Whatever it was, it felt ancient and overwhelming. My legs gave out and I collapsed to the floor. I must have passed out for real this time, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I woke up on the floor next to my bed, tangled in my blanket that had fallen with me. Sunlight was streaming through my window, and Alex was sitting up on his air mattress, looking at me weirdly. "Dude, why are you sleeping on the floor?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. I sat up, my head pounding. Did you see anything last night? Like what? Like a blue light or something?" Alex looked at me like I was crazy. "No, man. I slept like a rock." "Did you have a nightmare or something?" I didn't know what to say. How could he have slept through all of that? How could he not have seen the blue light? But the look on his face told me everything I needed to know. If I told him what happened, he wouldn't believe me. At breakfast, Sandra gave me this look when I came downstairs, like she was expecting me to bring up the blue light again. I didn't. I couldn't face being told it was all in my head again, but I knew what I saw. I knew what had happened in my room was real. For weeks afterward, I had trouble sleeping. Every night I'd stare at my window, afraid the orb would come back. It never did. I started keeping my blinds closed all the time, and I'd pile pillows against the window like that would somehow protect me. The weird thing is, those flashes I got of the blonde boy and the storm, they kept coming back to me in dreams. Always the same images, always with that same feeling of something ancient and overwhelming. I'd wake up from those dreams feeling like there was something important I was supposed to understand, but I could never quite grasp what it was. I've researched similar experiences online over the years. Some people think these orbs are some kind of natural phenomenon, like ball lightning. Others think they're spiritual or paranormal. There are even people who believe they're some kind of alien probe or surveillance technology. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I experienced that night was real. Something came into my room. Something showed me visions I can't explain. And something changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I still can't sleep with my blinds open. I still feel uneasy around blue lights. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still see those green eyes looking back at me, like they're trying to tell me something I'm not ready to hear. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts or anything paranormal until 3 weeks ago. I've had night terrors since I was a kid, but what happened that night was different. It wasn't just a nightmare, it was real, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. I'm 21, living in Riverdale, Oregon, in a small, one-bedroom apartment. Nothing fancy, just what I can afford while taking classes at the community college. For the past few months, I'd been having these intense, recurring nightmares, always the same thing, being watched by something I couldn't quite see. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, feeling like someone had been standing over my bed. That night, it finally showed itself. It was around midnight and I was in bed scrolling through my phone. I'd been putting off sleep because of the nightmares. My room was dim with just my bedside lamp on. I hadn't been able to sleep in complete darkness since the nightmares started. I remember glancing up from my phone and freezing. There was a shadow in the corner of my room. Not just any shadow, a tall, human-shaped silhouette. It was massive, probably 6 or 7 feet tall, just standing there, completely still, not moving at all. My first thought was to rationalize it. Had to be a tree outside casting a shadow through my window, right? But it was too defined, too person-shaped. I sat up slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. I looked at my window and realized there wasn't even a tree outside that could cast a shadow like that. When I looked back, it was still there, just standing, watching. I couldn't move. It's hard to explain the feeling of pure dread that washed over me. It wasn't just fear. It was like something was physically pressing down on my chest. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. I didn't want to take my eyes off it, but I managed to reach for my phone. I texted my friend Olivia, who lives across town. She's always up late, and I needed someone to know what was happening. There's someone in my room, a shadow figure in the corner. I'm freaking out. The moment I hit send, the strangest thing happened. The shadow just dissolved, like smoke dispersing. The heaviness in the air lifted, and I could breathe again. I sat there shaking, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. Then Olivia texted back, and my blood went cold. "WTF, Nate, I have one too, right now, in the corner of my bedroom." I read her text 3 times, not believing it. She sent another message. "This isn't funny. There's a tall shadow in my corner and I don't have any windows that could make that shape." I started typing frantically, my fingers slipping on the screen. "I swear I'm not joking. I just had the same thing. It disappeared when I texted you." While waiting for her response, I felt it again, that crushing sensation of dread. The air got heavy, and I knew before looking up that it had returned. But this time it wasn't in the corner. It was standing right next to my bed. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. The shadow was completely black, darker than the darkness around it. It had no features I could make out, just this impossibly tall humanoid shape, standing there, perfectly still. My phone was in my hand, and suddenly the screen went black. I pressed the power button frantically, but nothing happened. When I checked, the battery had gone from around 70% to completely dead in seconds. This doesn't happen with my phone. It's practically new. I lunged for my charger on the nightstand, fumbling with it as I tried to plug it in. When I looked back up, the shadow was gone again. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. After a minute or two, my phone suddenly turned back on. The battery was right back at 70%, like nothing had happened. I immediately called Olivia, but she didn't answer. She texted back instead. My phone just died and came back on. The shadow's gone now. What the hell is happening? I typed back, same here. My battery drained completely when it was near me, then came back when it left. We sent messages back and forth, trying to figure out what was going on. She said her shadow had also moved closer to her when I texted her about mine. That's when a horrifying thought occurred to me. What if these things were somehow connected to our communication? What if talking about them was summoning them? I told Olivia my theory, and we agreed to stop texting about it. But I couldn't just sit there waiting for it to come back. If it was connected to texting, maybe I could confuse it. I started texting random people in my contacts, just casual, hey, what's up messages, to friends I hadn't talked to in weeks. That was a terrible mistake. Immediately after sending the third text, my bed started shaking. Not like an earthquake, like something was violently rocking it from underneath. The headboard was slamming against the wall so hard I thought it might break through. I gripped the edges of the mattress, trying to hold on as it bucked and shook. Then my blanket was ripped away, not pulled, ripped, like something had grabbed it with incredible force and yanked it off me. It flew across the room and hit the wall, and there it was, standing at the foot of my bed. The shadow. Only now I could feel it looking at me. I still couldn't see any eyes or face, but I knew it was staring right at me. Fight or flight kicked in, and I chose flight. My door was about 10 feet away, with the light switch right next to it. I thought if I could just get to the lights, maybe this thing would disappear. I leaped from the bed, trying to make a run for it. I'd barely gotten 2 feet when I felt something grab my ankle. It was cold, so cold it burned, like being grabbed by a hand made of ice. It was trying to pull me back toward the bed. I kicked and flailed, desperate to break free. I've never felt terror like that. Pure animal panic. I couldn't see what was holding me, just that black shadow extending from the foot of my bed to my leg. Somehow, I managed to wrench free and stumbled toward the door. I slammed my hand against the light switch, and the overhead light flickered on for just a second before the bulb shattered with a loud pop. Glass rained down on me, but I barely noticed. I was out of that room in seconds, racing through my apartment to the front door. I spent the rest of the night in my car in the apartment complex parking lot. I called Olivia, and she was okay, scared, but okay. Whatever had been in her room was gone too. We figured out that this thing, whatever it was, seemed able to move between places that were connected by our communications, like it was using our texts as some kind of gateway. I went back to my apartment the next morning when the sun was up. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Shattered light bulb, blanket thrown against the wall, bed slightly moved from the wall. It wasn't just a nightmare. That was 3 weeks ago. I've moved in with my brother temporarily, claiming my apartment has electrical issues. I don't sleep alone anymore. I've talked to Olivia every day, and she hasn't seen it again either. But I still feel like I'm being watched. My phone battery still drains randomly sometimes, and I can't forget the feeling of that ice-cold hand grabbing my ankle. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, feeling that same burning, cold sensation wrapped around my leg. I don't know what that thing was. A ghost, some kind of entity. I don't have answers, but I know what I experienced was real. Whatever it was, it used our communication to find us, to move between us. And I'm terrified it's not done with me yet. The scariest part? Last night I woke up at exactly midnight. My brother was snoring in the other room, but I swear I saw something tall and dark standing in the corner of this new bedroom just for a second. And then my phone died again. Story 6. I've never told anyone this story outside my immediate family because, honestly, who would believe me? But it happened just as I'm about to describe it, and I still get shaky thinking about it 7 years later. It was early November 2015, and I'd spent the weekend helping my dad winterize some stuff on his property outside Oakwood. Dad owns this massive 75-acre piece of land that's been in our family for generations. Mostly woods, with a little cleared area where the house sits. If you've never been to rural Tennessee, it's beautiful but isolated. The closest neighbor is almost a mile away. That night I stayed later than I meant to. Dad wanted to show me some new hunting stands he'd put up, and then we got talking over dinner, and suddenly it was almost 11 p.m. I'm not usually spooked by the countryside at night. I grew up there. But something felt off that evening when I was getting ready to leave. Dad's driveway is this long, winding gravel path that goes about a quarter-mile through the woods before it hits the main road. I remember sliding into my old '95 Honda Accord, the one with the faded blue paint and the dashboard that lit up like a Christmas tree with warning lights. That car was a piece of junk, but it was reliable, at least until that night. As I was pulling away from the house, I got this overwhelming feeling like I was being watched. You know, that prickly sensation on the back of your neck, like that, but all over. I actually stopped the car and looked around, but all I could see were shadows from my headlights bouncing off the trees. I figured it was just my imagination going wild. Something Dad's property was known for. We'd had weird stuff happen over the years. Tools move from where we left them, strange noises at night, that kind of thing. Nothing scary, just country oddities we'd joke about. So I kept driving, taking it slow down the bumpy driveway. About halfway to the main road, I noticed movement at the tree line. Just a quick flash of something dark. Probably a deer, I thought. We get tons of wildlife out there, deer, foxes, even the occasional black bear or mountain lion. It's not uncommon to spot a deer's eyes reflecting in your headlights. But this was different. The shape was too low to the ground for a deer, and it seemed to be moving parallel to my car. I sped up a little, not wanting to hit whatever it was if it decided to dart across the driveway. That's when things got weird. As I accelerated, so did the shape. It was definitely following me. My first thought was that it must be one of the neighbor's dogs that had gotten loose. The Johnson family down the road has these two massive German shepherds that sometimes wander. But as I got closer to the end of the driveway, I could tell this was much bigger than any dog I'd ever seen. I hit the gas harder, spraying gravel as I turned onto the highway. In my rearview mirror, I swear I saw something emerge from the tree line onto the road behind me. The highway was completely empty, typical for that time of night in rural Tennessee, and my headlights only illuminated about 20 feet of asphalt ahead of me, with complete darkness beyond. I got up to about 50 mph, which is pretty fast for that winding country road, especially in my old Honda. I kept checking my mirrors but couldn't see anything following me. Still, I had this nagging feeling in my gut that whatever I'd seen wasn't gone. After driving for maybe 2 minutes, I caught something in my peripheral vision. Something dark, moving alongside the road, keeping pace with my car. At first I thought I was seeing things. How could anything run that fast? But when I slowed down slightly, there it was, visible in my side mirror. I nearly ran off the road when I saw it clearly for the first time. About 15-20 yards behind my car was this creature. I say creature because there's no way it was a normal animal. It looked like a dog, but massively wrong. It was literally the size of my Honda. I'm not exaggerating for effect here. This thing was enormous. Like bumper to bumper, the same length as my car. My hands started shaking on the steering wheel. My first instinct was to floor it. But my old Accord could only go so fast. I pushed it to 70, which was dangerous on that dark road, but the thing kept pace, loping along behind me with this unnatural, fluid movement. I needed to get somewhere safe, somewhere public. But at 11 p.m. in rural Tennessee, options are limited. The gas station at the junction would be closed. No houses nearby had lights on. Then I remembered the Baptist church about a mile ahead. They always leave the parking lot lights on all night. Part of me was thinking crazy thoughts at this point. If this thing was what I thought it might be, something not natural, something almost demonic, then maybe consecrated ground would help? I know it sounds ridiculous now, but when you're being chased by something impossible, your mind goes to impossible solutions. I made a sharp turn into the church parking lot, tires squealing. The lot was empty and lit by 2 bright security lights. I pulled into a spot facing the road, thinking I could catch my breath, maybe call my dad or even 911. Though what would I say? Help! I'm being chased by a monster dog the size of my car. That was the worst mistake I could have made. No sooner had I put the car in park than I saw it. The creature had followed me into the lot and was now slowly walking toward my car. Under the bright parking lot lights, I could see it clearly for the first time, and what I saw made my blood turn to ice. It was shaped roughly like a Rottweiler pit bull mix, but so wrong. First, the size. It stood as tall as the roof of my car. Its body was pure black. Not just dark fur, but a blackness that seemed to absorb the light around it. Its eyes reflected the parking lot lights with a yellowish-red glow that didn't look like any animal I've ever seen. But what really got me were the paws and head. Each paw was the size of a dinner plate, with claws that looked like they could tear through my car door like it was paper. And its head... God, its head was nearly as large as my car window, with a mouth full of teeth that looked too big and too numerous to fit. I sat frozen, my hands death-gripping the steering wheel. The creature approached slowly, deliberately, like it knew I had nowhere to go, like it was savoring the moment. I could hear my own breath coming in quick, shallow gasps and my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then it stopped about 10 feet from my car. It just stood there, staring at me through the windshield. I stared back, unable to look away, unable to move. For what felt like an eternity, we just looked at each other. I remember thinking, this is how I die, in a church parking lot, eaten by something that shouldn't exist. Suddenly it lunged forward. I screamed, actually screamed in a way I never have before or since, as it jumped onto the hood of my car. The whole vehicle shook and dipped under its weight. I could hear the metal of the hood creaking and bending. Its face was now right at my windshield, and I could see strings of drool dripping down onto the glass. The smell hit me then, like wet dog mixed with something rotting and a metallic tang that reminded me of blood. It came through the vents somehow, filling the car with this suffocating stench that made me gag. Its breath fogged the glass as it pressed its snout against my windshield. I remember thinking the glass was going to break at any second. The creature's eyes were fixed on mine, not with animal curiosity, but with an intelligence that felt calculating, almost human. In that moment, some survival instinct finally kicked in. With shaking hands, I managed to shift the car into reverse. The engine roared as I slammed on the gas, and the car jerked backward. The sudden movement seemed to surprise the creature. It slid slightly on the hood, its claws making this horrible scraping sound against the metal. As I backed up, it jumped off the hood and onto the pavement. I threw the car into drive and sped forward, swerving around the creature. As I passed it, I got another clear look. It turned to watch me, making no move to chase me yet, like it was surprised by my resistance. That's when I noticed something that still haunts me. There was a small cemetery adjacent to the church parking lot, and I swear the beast seemed more at home there than anywhere else. I hit the road, going faster than that old Honda had probably ever gone, not caring about the curves or the darkness. All I knew was I needed to get away. In my rearview mirror, I saw the creature bound into the cemetery and disappear among the headstones. I didn't stop driving until I reached my mom's house about 15 minutes away. I was shaking so hard I could barely turn off the engine. When I finally stepped out of the car, my legs nearly gave out under me. I remember standing in my mom's driveway, looking back at my car under the porch light, half expecting to see nothing wrong, like maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But there it was, a massive dent in the center of my hood and roof where the creature had jumped, and these weird indentations along the hood that looked exactly like claw marks. They weren't deep enough to pierce the metal, just enough to scrape through the paint and leave these faint lines that you could feel with your fingertips. Mom found me standing there, staring at my car. She said I was white as a sheet and couldn't stop shaking. I tried to tell her what happened, but it came out as this jumbled mess that even I couldn't follow. She thought I'd hit a deer or something and was in shock. The next day, in the light of morning, I went out to look at the car again. The dent was still there, and so were the claw marks. 4 parallel lines across the hood. Dad came over to look at it, and even he couldn't explain what could have made those marks. When I told him what I'd seen, he got real quiet. He didn't say he believed me, but he didn't say I was crazy either. I drove back to the church later that day, broad daylight, with Dad following in his truck. We looked around the parking lot but found nothing. No fur, no tracks. Nothing that would prove what I saw was real. The cemetery looked normal too, just a small old plot with maybe 30 headstones. I've researched it since then, trying to find any explanation. The closest I can come up with is stories about hellhounds or the black dog from folklore. But those are just stories, right? What I saw was flesh and blood. It had weight. It dented my car. I sold that Honda a month later. Couldn't stand to look at the marks. I've never driven Dad's driveway at night since then, and I take the long way around to avoid that stretch of highway and that church. It's been 7 years, and I still have nightmares about those eyes staring at me through the glass. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I can smell that same rotting metallic smell. I've never seen the creature again, but I know what I saw. I know it was real. And I know it's still out there somewhere in those Tennessee woods. Story 7. I'm not sure why I'm finally writing this down after all these years. Maybe it's because what happened last night crossed a line that freaks me out more than I want to admit. Or maybe it's just because I need someone, anyone, to hear this and tell me I'm not completely losing my mind. I grew up in what I guess you'd call a haunted house in Springfield, Nebraska. It wasn't some creepy Victorian mansion with a tragic backstory like you see in movies. It was just a normal 2-story house built in the 1960s on Maple Street. Kind of boring, actually. Beige siding, small front porch, detached garage. Nothing special about it at all, except for the fact that it was definitely 100% haunted. My parents bought the house when my mom was pregnant with me, and apparently the previous owners had mentioned some quirks about the place, but my parents thought they were just trying to explain away old pipes or bad wiring. It didn't take long for them to realize it was something else entirely. I don't remember when I first noticed the weird stuff. It's just always been part of my life, like having brown hair or being allergic to strawberries. My earliest memory of it happening was when I was around 4. I was playing with my Barbie dolls in the living room when my favorite one, the one with the sparkly blue dress, suddenly flew across the room and hit the wall. Not rolled, not fell, flew, like someone had picked it up and thrown it. My mom was in the kitchen and came running when she heard me crying. When I told her what happened, she just sighed and said, "That's just the family ghost being silly. Don't worry about it." That's what we called it, the family ghost, like it was a weird uncle who visited on holidays. My parents never seemed scared of it, which I guess is why I wasn't terrified growing up. They normalized it. Looking back, I think they were just trying to protect me from being afraid in my own home. The ghost had patterns. It liked to mess with electronics, turning the TV on in the middle of the night, flipping light switches, making the microwave beep for no reason. My dad's radio in the garage would randomly change stations while he was working. My mum's sewing machine would start running by itself in her craft room. But the thing that always got to me the most was my closet doors. Every single night I would close them before bed. I was meticulous about it. I would check 3 times to make sure they were completely shut. And every morning, without fail, they would be wide open. Not just cracked open, fully open, like someone had deliberately pulled both doors all the way back. When I was little, I thought maybe I was sleepwalking. So I started putting a chair in front of the doors. The chair would be moved in the morning, and the doors would be open. I tried tying them shut with jump ropes. The ropes would be untied and neatly coiled on my dresser by morning. The worst part was that I'd sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and see the doors slowly opening by themselves. I'd pull the covers over my head and count to 100, and by the time I'd peek out, they'd be fully open. When I was around 10, our family dog Rusty died. He was an old golden retriever who slept at the foot of my bed every night. The day after we buried him in the backyard, things got intense. It was like the ghost was throwing a tantrum. That night, the TV in the living room turned on at full volume at 3 a.m., blasting some infomercial for a blender. It was so loud, the windows were practically vibrating. My dad ran downstairs and unplugged it, but then all the lights in the house turned on at once. Every single light, even the ones in the attic that we never used. It went on like that for about a week. Things flying off shelves, doors slamming, cold spots so intense you could see your breath in the middle of July. Then it gradually went back to the usual level of weirdness. The same thing happened when my cat Mittens died when I was 15, and again when my grandmother passed away when I was 17. It was like the ghost fed off grief or something, like it got stronger when we were at our weakest. By the time I was 21, I was beyond ready to move out. I was sick of feeling watched all the time. Sick of the whispers I'd hear when I was alone in a room. Sick of seeing shadows dart around corners when I knew no one was there. I'd grown up with it, but that didn't mean I wanted to spend my whole life with it. So I got a tiny studio apartment across town. Nothing fancy, just a kitchenette, a bathroom, and enough space for a bed and a small couch. But it was mine. And it was quiet. God, I can't even explain how amazing those first few months were. I slept through the night for the first time in my life. I didn't feel that constant prickle on the back of my neck like someone was staring at me. The air felt lighter somehow. When I went home to visit my parents, the weirdest thing happened. My mum mentioned that the house felt different since I'd moved out. It's like something's missing, she said. We don't have nearly as many incidents anymore. I should have realized what that meant, but I was just happy to be free. Then, almost exactly 6 months after I moved into my apartment, I woke up one night to the sound of my name being whispered right next to my ear. Megan. Just once, soft but clear. I shot upright, heart pounding, and flipped on the light. No one was there, of course. I told myself it was just a dream. But the next night, the framed photo of me and my high school friends that I had on my nightstand flew off and smashed on the floor. No windows were open, no logical explanation. It was back, and this time I knew it wasn't the house that was haunted. It was me. The activity started small, just like it had at home. A whisper here, a moved object there, but it escalated quickly. Within a month, it was like living in my parents' house all over again, except worse because I didn't have anyone to share the insanity with. I started dating a guy named Tyler around that time. He thought I was making it all up at first. Then one night, he stayed over and the TV turned on by itself at 2 a.m. He laughed it off, said it was probably an electrical issue. The next morning, all of his shoes were lined up in a perfect row in front of my apartment door, even though they'd been scattered by the bed when we went to sleep. He broke up with me a week later, said he couldn't deal with the weird vibes in my place. After about a year in that apartment, I decided to move again. Maybe it was the apartment building after all. Maybe something about the land it was built on. I don't know what I was thinking, but I was desperate. My new place was on the complete opposite side of town. A different building, different neighborhood, everything. For about 4 months, it was perfectly normal. I started to hope again. Then one morning I woke up to find all my kitchen cabinets standing open, every single one. This pattern has repeated itself for 10 years now. I'm 31. I've moved 7 times. I've lived in apartments, duplexes, even rented a small house for a while. I've moved to different towns. I spent 6 months in Colorado thinking maybe distance would help. But it always follows the same pattern. 1. Move to a new place. 2. Enjoy 4 to 6 months of peace. 3. Small incidents start happening. 4. Full-blown haunting within a month after that. Meanwhile, my parents still live in the same house, and they say the activity there has decreased to almost nothing. Just the occasional light flickering or door creaking. Nothing like when I was growing up. 2 years ago, I met Jason. He's different from other guys I've dated. When I told him about my situation early on, he didn't laugh or run away. He was curious, skeptical, but open-minded. He moved in with me about a year ago, and that's when he became a true believer. We were lying in bed one night when we both clearly heard a voice whisper, "Megan," from the corner of the room. Jason went white as a sheet. He couldn't deny what he'd heard with his own ears. Since then, he's experienced everything with me. The moving objects, the electronics going haywire, the inexplicable cold spots. Last night is what prompted me to finally write this all down. It was around 2 a.m., and I woke up feeling that familiar sensation of being watched. Jason was sound asleep beside me. I laid there, trying to ignore it, when I felt something touch my hair like fingers gently stroking it. I froze completely. Then I heard a whisper right by my ear, "I'll never leave you, Megan." It wasn't threatening exactly, but it wasn't comforting either. It was possessive, like a promise or a warning. I've spent my entire life with this presence, this thing that's attached to me somehow. It followed me out of my childhood home. It follows me wherever I go. It's outlasted every relationship, every apartment, every job. It's the one constant in my life. The thing is, it rarely makes me feel unsafe. It's unsettling, yes, annoying, definitely, but it's never hurt me physically. It's like it just wants to be acknowledged, to be remembered, to be part of my life, whether I want it or not. I've tried everything. I've had priests come and bless my homes. I've had paranormal investigators set up equipment. They got some crazy EVPs, by the way. I've tried sage, salt circles, crystals, protective spells. You name it, I've tried it. Nothing works. Sometimes I wonder if it's tied to me specifically. Like, what happens when I die? Will it move on to my children if I have any? The thought terrifies me. What if this is some kind of family curse that I'll pass down? Other times I wonder if maybe it's always been with me. Not the house, not my family, me. Maybe it was with me before I was born somehow. Maybe we're connected in some way I don't understand. All I know is that right now, at this exact moment, I can feel it in the room with me as I type this. The air is colder to my right. The hair on my arm is standing up. My desk lamp just flickered twice. And I know with absolute certainty that when I go to bed tonight and carefully close my closet doors, they'll be standing wide open in the morning, just like they've always been, just like they always will be. Story 8. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me over the years. I'm 19 now, and I've spent the last 3 years trying to convince myself it was all in my head. But I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know I'm not crazy. It started when I was living with my grandma Hannah in her old house in Connecticut. The place was ancient, about 150 years old, with all the creaks and groans you'd expect. My parents were going through a nasty divorce, and I ended up with Grandma while they sorted their lives out. From the beginning, that house felt wrong. Not in an obvious way at first, just little things, cold spots that shouldn't be there. The feeling of being watched when I was alone, doors that would close by themselves. My grandma would just smile and say, "That's just the house settling, Tyler." But I knew better. The first real incident happened when I was about 11. I was in the basement getting some board games when all the lights went out, not like a power outage, more like someone had flipped a switch. The darkness felt thick, almost solid. I could barely breathe. Then I heard footsteps circling me, but I couldn't see anyone. When I finally found the stairs and stumbled up, the lights in the rest of the house were working fine. Grandma just said the basement bulbs were old and temperamental. Things escalated from there. My cousin Jeremy came to stay with us one weekend when he was 9. I remember waking up to him screaming in the middle of the night. When my grandma and I ran to the guest room, he was sitting up in bed, pointing at the doorway with this look of absolute terror on his face. "There was a black thing," he kept saying. "It was going into your room, Mummy." My Aunt Lisa had come to pick him up and she was trying to calm him down, but I saw the look on her face. She believed him. By the time I was 13, the occurrences were almost normal to me. Objects would move when no one was around. We'd hear voices in empty rooms. My cousin Sarah came over once and saw her mom through the kitchen window, staring at her with this look she described as pure evil. When she ran inside, her mom was upstairs in bed and had been the whole time. But the worst incident happened just before I moved away to live with my aunt and uncle in Riverside. I was helping Grandma Hannah clean the house one evening. The sun was setting and the house was getting dark. I went to her bedroom to dust, but I didn't turn on the light right away. Something stopped me at the doorway. I still can't fully remember what happened next. All I know is that one moment I was standing there, and then suddenly everyone was around me, and I was screaming. My grandma told me later that I had just frozen in the doorway, not moving or blinking for almost a minute. Then I let out this scream that she said made her blood run cold. "A sound no human should make," she called it. When they asked what I'd seen, all I could say was, "The dark man." I couldn't remember anything else, just a crushing sense of terror, and those words, "The dark man." That night, we were all sitting at the kitchen table trying to calm down. Nobody wanted to go to bed. The ceiling fan was off, but the pull chain started spinning wildly, faster and faster, like someone was tugging on it. We all just watched, too scared to move. After that incident, my aunt and uncle in Riverside offered to take me in. I was relieved to leave that house behind. Their place was newer, normal. For the first time in years, I could sleep through the night without waking up in cold sweats. 3 years passed without incident. I was 16, settled into my new life, making friends, doing normal teenage stuff. I thought it was all behind me. Then came that day. That fucking day I'll never forget. It was a Saturday in October, crisp and cool, perfect fall weather. My cousin Jeremy, who's about the same age as me, had some friends over, and we decided to play hide and seek in the house. Childish, maybe, but it was fun. Jeremy was it first, and I needed to find a good hiding spot. I ran upstairs to the spare bedroom where we keep this old folding cot bed. It's one of those beds that folds up into what looks like a closet when not in use. I figured it would be perfect. No one would think to look inside what appeared to be a closed closet. I climbed inside, folded myself in, and pulled it mostly shut, leaving just a tiny crack so I could see out and not be in complete darkness. The room was quiet, except for the sound of Jeremy counting downstairs and occasionally calling out that he was coming to find us. I heard him searching the other rooms, getting closer. He came into the spare bedroom and looked around, checked under the regular bed, behind the curtains, but never thought to check the folding cot. After a minute or so, he left, and I heard him moving down the hall. I waited a bit longer, making sure he was truly gone before I made my move. I was planning to sneak out and find a new hiding spot, since he'd already searched this room. That's when I felt it. The temperature in the tiny space dropped dramatically. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. My heart started racing, but I told myself it was just a draft. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps entering the room. At first I thought Jeremy had come back, but these steps were different, heavier, more purposeful. Through the small crack, I could see 3 dark figures enter the room. Not people, at least not normal people. They were humanoid in shape, but completely black, like shadows given form. They moved in unison, gliding more than walking, and they were headed straight for the closet where I was hiding. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. It was like my entire body had shut down in pure terror. They stopped about 5 feet from the cot. I could feel them sensing me, searching for me. One of them turned its head. I couldn't see a face, just a darker void where a face should be, and looked directly at the crack where I was peering out. In that moment, I felt something I can only describe as pure malevolence wash over me. Whatever these things were, they weren't just scary. They were evil in a way that felt ancient and hungry. Something in me snapped. Pure survival instinct took over, and I burst out of the cot, screaming at the top of my lungs. The figures seemed startled, if that's even possible for things like that, and moved back slightly. I ran for the door, but my legs felt like they were moving through molasses. The room had gotten so cold that my muscles weren't working right. As I stumbled into the hallway, I could feel them right behind me. Not touching me, but close enough that the cold radiating off them burned against my back. I made it to the stairs and started down, but my foot caught on something, or something caught my foot. I fell, tumbling down the stairs, and landed hard at the bottom, my arm twisting underneath me with a sickening crack. The pain barely registered through the fear. I scrambled to my feet and saw Jeremy and his friends staring at me in shock. "Dude, what the hell?" Jeremy said, moving toward me. "Are you okay? What happened?" I couldn't speak. I just pointed upstairs, but when I looked back, there was nothing there. No dark figures, no cold, nothing. My aunt came running from the kitchen, alarmed by the noise. When she saw my arm, already swelling and bent at a weird angle, she rushed me to the ER. I had a compound fracture that needed surgery and 6 weeks in a cast. At the hospital, everyone assumed I'd just fallen while playing. I tried to tell them about what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. My aunt exchanged that look with the doctor, the one adults give when they think a kid is making up stories. That night, back at my aunt and uncle's house, with my arm in a fresh cast and high on pain meds, Jeremy came to my room. "What really happened today?" he asked, closing the door behind him. I told him everything, about the figures, about the cold, about the overwhelming sense of evil. Instead of laughing or dismissing me, he went pale. "You saw the dark man," he whispered. "Men," I corrected. "There were 3 of them." Jeremy sat on the edge of my bed. "Remember when I was little and saw that black thing going into my mum's room at Grandma's house? Mum never believed me, but Grandma did. She told me later that other people in our family have seen them too." We stayed up late into the night, trading stories. Jeremy told me about how Grandma Hannah had seen the dark figures multiple times over the years, how Great Uncle Bill had an encounter in the basement that left him unable to speak for days, how our cousin Sarah still refuses to be alone at night after what she saw through that window. The next morning, my uncle drove back from a business trip. When he saw my arm, he got really quiet. That night, I overheard him talking to my aunt in hushed tones in the kitchen. "It's following him," my uncle said, "just like it followed your mother when she moved out of that house." "That's ridiculous," my aunt replied, but her voice lacked conviction. "Ask the neighbors about that property sometime," my uncle continued. "There's a reason it was so cheap when your mother bought it. The suicide in the attic in the 60s, the stabbing in the 80s, the drug addicts who died on the front lawn in the 90s. That place has seen more tragedy than any home should." "You think, what? That the house is haunted?" my aunt asked. "Not the house," my uncle said. "Whatever darkness attached itself to that land long before the house was even built. And now it's following Tyler." I didn't sleep that night, or the next. When I did finally crash from exhaustion, the nightmares came. Always the same. 3 dark figures surrounding my bed, reaching for me with hands that weren't quite hands, more like tendrils of pure darkness. I've moved 4 times since then, different houses, different towns, but they always find me eventually. I'll catch glimpses of them in mirrors, in windows, in the corner of my eye when I turn off the lights. Sometimes, when I'm alone, the temperature will suddenly drop and I'll know they're near. My family doesn't talk about it much anymore. What's the point? We can't explain it. We can't stop it. We just live with it. Last week, I woke up at exactly 3:16 a.m. My room was freezing. At the foot of my bed stood one of the figures, taller than the others, its darkness somehow deeper, more absolute. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there watching me. I stared back, too terrified to even scream. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, it faded away, leaving nothing but the lingering cold. I still don't know what they want. If they wanted to hurt me, they've had plenty of chances. Maybe they're just curious. Maybe they're drawn to our family for some reason I'll never understand. Or maybe they're just waiting for something. All I know is that they're real. They've been following my family for generations, and sometimes, late at night when I'm about to fall asleep, I swear I can hear them whispering my name. Story 9. I've never been into paranormal stuff, not because I'm some hardcore skeptic, but because I've never experienced anything like that before. I always figured that people who saw ghosts or spirits or whatever were either making stuff up for attention or had convinced themselves they saw something that wasn't actually there. That all changed last month, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. I'm 19, live in Millfield, Ohio. Tiny place, nothing ever happens here. And I've always been the rational one in my friend group. My parents were out of town for the weekend visiting my aunt who'd just had surgery, so I had the house to myself. I'd spent most of that Saturday just chilling, watching Netflix, scrolling through TikTok, normal stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary happened during the day. Around 11:30 p.m. I decided to head to bed. I turned off most of the lights in the house except for my bedside lamp, brushed my teeth, and got into bed. I was scrolling through my phone, lying on my side facing the wall, when I got this weird feeling, like when you think someone's watching you. It wasn't super intense at first, just enough to make me feel a little uneasy. When I rolled over to check if maybe I'd left my door open and my cat had wandered in, I noticed something in the corner of my room, between my dresser and the wall. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from the tree outside my window. We have this big oak tree, and sometimes on windy nights, the branches cast these weird moving shadows on my walls. But there was something off about this shadow. It was way too defined, too solid-looking, and it was tall, unnaturally tall, like 6 or 7 feet, reaching almost to my ceiling. The shape was vaguely human, but without any distinct features, just a dark, black silhouette. I sat up in bed, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I blinked hard a few times, rubbed my eyes, but it was still there, completely motionless, and the longer I stared at it, the more this feeling of dread built up in my chest. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The really messed up part, it wasn't even a windy night. The branches weren't moving at all. There was absolutely nothing that could be casting that shadow. I couldn't move. I just sat there, clutching my phone so tight my knuckles turned white. I didn't want to look away from it, but I also couldn't stand looking at it. I've never felt anything like that before. This overwhelming sense of wrongness, like something that shouldn't exist, was standing in my bedroom. Without taking my eyes off the shadow, I opened my texts and messaged my best friend Zoe. We've known each other since elementary school, and she's always been into this kind of stuff. Crystals, tarot cards, all that. I figured if anyone would know what to do, it would be her. I typed, "Hey, are you awake? There's something in my room, like a shadow person standing in the corner. I'm freaking out." The second I hit send, the weirdest thing happened. The shadow just dissolved. Not like it moved or walked away, it just seemed to fade out, almost like smoke dispersing. And immediately that horrible feeling of dread lifted. I could breathe normally again. I sat there for a minute, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. My phone buzzed with Zoe's reply, and what she said made my blood run cold. WTF, Rebecca. I have one too right now, standing in the corner by my closet. This is not funny if you're messing with me. I want to be clear. I hadn't talked to Zoe at all that day. There's no way she could have known what I was seeing. And her room doesn't even have a window on that wall that could cast a shadow like that. I called her immediately. When she picked up, she was whispering, sounding absolutely terrified. Beck, I'm not kidding. There's something in my room. I can see it right now. I told her mine had disappeared right after I texted her. She said hers was still there, just standing perfectly still. We were both freaking out, trying to figure out what to do. Should she turn on more lights? Should she leave her room? Neither of us had any idea what we were dealing with. While we were talking, that feeling of dread suddenly washed over me again. The hair on my arm stood up, and I slowly turned to look at the corner of my room. The shadow was back, but it wasn't in the corner anymore. It was closer to my bed now, maybe about 5 feet away. Still the same featureless, tall silhouette, but somehow I could tell it was watching me. Even without eyes or a face, I could feel its attention focused on me, like a physical weight. I couldn't even speak. I just made this choked sound, and Zoe immediately knew something was wrong. "It's back, isn't it?" she asked. I managed to whisper a yes into the phone. "Mine just disappeared," she said. "The second you made that noise, it just vanished." That's when the really messed up part happened. My phone was at about 70% battery. I remember specifically because I'd checked it before getting into bed. But suddenly, the screen went black. When I tried to turn it back on, nothing happened. It was completely dead. My charger was on my nightstand, thankfully within reach. I grabbed it with shaking hands and plugged my phone in, trying not to make any sudden movements. When I glanced back to where the shadow had been standing, it was gone again. My phone suddenly turned back on, showing the same battery level it had before, around 70%. It made absolutely no sense. Phones don't just die and then come back to life with the same battery level. As soon as it came back on, I got a text from Zoe. "My phone just died completely, then came back on. What the hell is happening?" That's when it hit me. This thing, whatever it was, seemed to be following our communications. When I texted Zoe about it, it moved from my room to hers. When we were on the phone talking about it, it came back to my room. And when it was in my room, it somehow drained all the power from my phone to cut off our communication. I texted Zoe my theory, and we both agreed it seemed like the shadow was somehow linked to our phones or our communication. She suggested we stop texting about it completely, hoping it would go away if we ignored it. For about 5 minutes, everything was quiet. No shadow, no feeling of dread. I started to think maybe it was over, but then I had what I thought was a clever idea. If this thing was following our texts, maybe I could confuse it by texting other people. Maybe it would go bother them instead. I know that sounds horrible now, but I was desperate and not thinking clearly. So I started sending random texts to people in my contacts, just casual stuff like, "Hey, what's up?" or "You still awake?" to about 5 different friends. Looking back, this was the worst possible thing I could have done. Almost immediately, my bed started shaking, not like a small vibration, it was violent. The headboard was slamming against the wall so hard I thought it might break through. I tried to grab onto something to steady myself, but I was being thrown around like a rag doll. Then my blanket, which I had wrapped tightly around myself for whatever pathetic sense of security it gave me, was yanked away. It didn't just slide off, it was literally ripped off me with such force that it flew across the room. And there, standing at the foot of my bed, was the shadow. It seemed bigger somehow, darker. The room felt ice cold, and I couldn't move or scream. I just sat there, paralyzed with fear. I knew I needed to get to the light switch. My bedroom door was about 10 feet away, and the switch was right next to it. If I could just get there, maybe turning on the overhead light would make this thing disappear. I gathered every ounce of courage I had and made a desperate leap toward the door. As I jumped, I felt something grab my ankle, an actual physical sensation, like a hand wrapping around my leg. It was ice cold, colder than anything I've ever felt, like being grabbed by someone who'd been dead in a freezer for weeks. I screamed and kicked wildly, somehow managing to break free. I scrambled across the floor and practically threw myself at the light switch, flipping it on. The overhead light flickered for a second. I remember thinking, please, please work. And then the bulb shattered with a loud pop, sending glass everywhere. I was plunged back into darkness, with only the dim glow from my bedside lamp casting weak light across the room. I was sure I was going to die. I was convinced that this thing, whatever it was going to drag me into some dark corner and I'd never be seen again. But then my phone started ringing from where I'd left it on the bed. It was Zoe. The shadow seemed to hesitate. I couldn't actually see it anymore in the dark, but I could feel its presence, that same horrible dread, and then suddenly it was gone. The cold disappeared, the feeling of being watched lifted, and I was alone in my room with glass from the light bulb scattered across the floor. I answered Zoe's call, sobbing so hard I could barely speak. She told me her shadow had reappeared in her room at the exact same time all that chaos started in mine. She'd tried texting me, but got no response, so she called instead. I spent the rest of the night at Zoe's house. Her parents were confused when I showed up at their door at 1 a.m., but they let me stay. Neither of us saw the shadow again that night. It's been almost a month now, and we haven't had another incident. We've done some research, tried to figure out what that thing was. A shadow person, a demon, some kind of energy entity, but we don't have any definite answers. I've changed the light bulb in my room, but I never turn off all the lights anymore. I sleep with my TV on for light and background noise, and I've deleted most of those random people I texted that night from my contacts, just in case. The worst part is walking to my bed in the dark. Every single time, I feel like something's going to grab my ankle again. That ice-cold grip was so real, so physical. Sometimes I think I see movement out of the corner of my eye, or I get a flash of that dread feeling, but it never fully materializes. I don't know if it's gone for good, or if it's just waiting. All I know is that whatever was in my room that night wasn't just my imagination. It could move between places through our texts. It could physically interact with objects. It could drain electronics. And worst of all, it could touch me. I'm writing this now because I need to tell someone, but I'm terrified that even talking about it might bring it back. If you've experienced anything like this, please let me know, but maybe don't text me about it, just to be safe. Story 10. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm not the type to believe in conspiracy theories or anything like that. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed, skeptical even, but what happened at our family property in Oak Ridge a few weeks ago has me questioning everything I thought I knew. For context, our family owns this old piece of land, about 200 acres, just outside of town. It's been in the Mitchell family for generations. Nothing fancy, just fields, some woods, a pond, and the old farmhouse my grandparents renovated years back. We try to get everyone together there a few times a year. This particular weekend, we had the whole crew, my parents, grandparents, my brother and his wife, my sister and her kids, plus a couple of cousins. Everything started normally enough. We arrived Friday evening, got settled in, fired up the grill, and spent the night catching up around the fire pit. The property is super secluded. The nearest neighbor is about a mile down the road, and cell reception is spotty at best. That's usually part of the appeal, disconnecting from everything. Saturday morning, my cousin Mark noticed something weird while he was helping my dad check the fence line on the ATVs. He said it looked like a drone following them at a distance. We didn't think much of it at first. The neighboring property recently sold, and we figured maybe the new owners were playing around with a drone or something. My nephew thought it was cool and kept trying to spot it again throughout the day. Sunday was pretty much the same. More family time, fishing at the pond, the usual stuff. We noticed the drone again a couple times, always at a distance. My brother Jake tried to track where it was coming from but couldn't figure it out. It was annoying, but seemed harmless enough. Then came Monday. This is where things get, I don't even know how to describe it. Most of the family was planning to head home after breakfast, but we'd decided to stay one more night. Everyone was inside packing up their stuff, except for my parents, who were sitting out on the porch swing enjoying some quiet time. It was about 2:25 in the morning. I remember checking my phone when I heard my mum screaming for everyone to come outside. When I ran out onto the porch, my parents were standing in the yard, pointing up at the sky. My dad's face was completely white. I've never seen him look scared like that. When I looked up, I froze. There were lights. Not like airplane lights or even drone lights. These were different, brighter, moving in patterns that made no sense. They were hovering maybe 300 feet above the tree line at the edge of our property. At first, I thought maybe it was some kind of helicopter, but there was no sound, absolutely silent. By this point, everyone had rushed outside. My grandpa, who never gets rattled by anything, was muttering, "What the hell is that?" over and over. We counted at least 3 separate things, objects, whatever they were. They had configurations of flashing lights, red, white and green, but not in any pattern I recognized from normal aircraft. One would appear, hover for a bit, then suddenly blink out, only to reappear somewhere else a few seconds later. Another seemed to be slowly sweeping back and forth over the tree line. The third was higher up, just sitting there, pulsing with this weird intensity. My brother Jake, always the brave one, suggested we drive out to the field to get a better look. Looking back, that was probably stupid, but curiosity got the better of us. Jake, my cousin Mark, my sister's husband Dan and I jumped in the UTV and headed out across the property toward where the lights were hovering. The ride out there was tense. Nobody was talking. We had the utility spotlight with us, one of those super bright ones you can mount on vehicles. As we got closer to the tree line, we could see one of the objects more clearly. It wasn't just lights. There was a solid dark mass behind them, though the shape was hard to make out against the night sky. Jake stopped the UTV about 200 yards from the tree line. I remember my hands shaking as I fumbled with the spotlight. When I finally got it switched on and pointed it toward the object, something happened that made my blood run cold. The object immediately changed direction and started moving toward us. It wasn't aggressive exactly, more like curious, like we'd gotten its attention. It moved in this smooth, fluid way that didn't seem natural. No jerky movements, no sound at all. Just this silent approach that covered maybe 100 yards in seconds. We all started freaking out, telling Jake to turn around, but he was transfixed. The object stopped about 50 yards away from us and just hovered there. It was maybe 30 feet above the ground at this point, close enough that we could see it wasn't just a collection of lights. There was definitely something solid there, though the darkness and the glare from its own lights made it impossible to make out details. Then it did something even stranger. It tilted slightly, and a different kind of light, more like a beam, shot out from it toward the woods. Not at us, thankfully, but it was methodically sweeping the tree line, almost like it was searching for something, or recording something. That's when Jake finally snapped out of it and threw the UTV into reverse. We tore back toward the house, the tires kicking up dirt behind us. When we got back, everyone was still standing in the yard watching the sky. More objects had appeared. I counted at least 5 or 6 now, all doing different things. Some higher up, some closer to the ground. My grandpa had gotten his old binoculars out and was trying to get a better look. He kept saying they weren't like any aircraft he'd ever seen, and Grandpa was in the Air Force for 30 years. After catching our breath for a few minutes, Mark and Dan decided they wanted to go back out, this time to check on the cattle in the far pasture. They were worried the animals might be panicking. I thought they were crazy, But Dan grabbed his hunting rifle, not that I thought it would do any good, and they headed out in the UTV. They were gone maybe 15 minutes when we heard the engine racing back toward the house. They came tearing up the driveway, both of them pale as ghosts. According to Mark, they'd gotten about halfway to the cattle pen when they heard the cows making these awful distressed noises, not normal mooing, but almost screaming. And then they heard something else, a scream, a woman's scream coming from somewhere near the pond. There's no way it could have been any of us. We were all at the house. The nearest neighbor is too far to hear anything like that. And it wasn't an animal. Both Dan and Mark are experienced hunters, and they swore it was human. They said they turned the UTV toward the sound, and that's when they saw one of the objects hovering directly above the pond, much lower than before. Red and green lights reflecting off the water. They didn't stick around to investigate further. They gunned it back to the house. By this point, my sister was in tears, holding her kids close. My grandma was praying. My mum was trying to call the sheriff's office, but of course there was no cell service, and the landline at the property had been disconnected years ago. We all ended up huddled in the living room with the lights off, peering out the windows. The object stayed for hours, moving around the property in patterns that seemed deliberate but made no sense to us. Sometimes they'd go higher, becoming just pinpricks of light. Other times they'd drop down low enough that we could see their silhouettes against the night sky. Around 5 a.m., as the sky was just starting to lighten, they finally disappeared. Not gradually, they just blinked out one by one within the span of about 30 seconds, like someone had flipped a switch. We waited another hour before anyone was brave enough to go outside. When we did, everything looked normal. The cattle were fine, although they seemed agitated. We checked the pond, the fields, the woods. Nothing seemed disturbed or different. No landing marks, no evidence of anything unusual. Everyone was pretty shaken up. Instead of heading home as planned, the whole family stayed another night. Nobody wanted to leave anyone alone at the property, and honestly, I think we all felt safer together. Nothing happened the following night, and the next day everyone reluctantly headed home. I've been trying to make sense of it ever since. Was it some kind of military exercise? Drones? But the size, the movements, the complete silence, none of it adds up. And what about the scream? That's the part that keeps me up at night. I've checked local news, called the sheriff's office, casually asking if anyone reported anything unusual that night. Nothing. I tried searching online for similar experiences in our area. Found a few vague accounts, but nothing as specific as what we saw. My family doesn't talk about it much. I think we're all still processing. My brother Jake has gone back to the property twice since then, setting up game cameras around the perimeter. So far, they haven't captured anything unusual. My grandpa insists we should report it formally, but to who? And would they even take us seriously? I'm not saying it was aliens or anything like that. I honestly don't know what it was, but I know what I saw, what we all saw. These weren't normal aircraft. They moved with intention, with intelligence. They reacted to us. They were observing us, or the property or something. And sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still see those lights hovering above the trees, still hear that scream echoing across the pond, still feel that primitive fear that crawled up my spine when that object moved toward us in the field. Whatever it was real, and I can't shake the feeling that they, whatever they were, might come back. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I'm not looking for conspiracy theories or anything, just validation, I guess. Some confirmation that I'm not losing my mind. Because ever since that night, I've felt like I'm carrying around this secret that I can't quite understand. And every time I look up at the night sky now, I can't help but wonder, are they still watching? Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last April. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to put it somewhere before it drives me crazy trying to make sense of it. My wife Eliza and I have been married for almost 10 years now. We live in this small desert town about 40 minutes outside Phoenix. Not much happens here. It's all sand, cacti, and retirees escaping the snow up north. It's quiet, which is why we liked it. I should mention that Eliza has always been sensitive. That's the word her grandmother used. It runs in her family, this ability to sense things the rest of us can't. Her mom had it too. When we first started dating, I thought it was just this quirky belief system she had. You know how it goes. You overlook the little oddities when you're falling in love. But over the years, I've seen enough to stop doubting. Like when her mom passed away 3 years ago. Eliza woke me up at 3:42 a.m. crying. She said her mom was standing at the foot of our bed, smiling, and then she just faded away. The hospital called 20 minutes later. Her mom had died at 3:40 a.m. How do you explain that? There have been other incidents too. The time she refused to let us move into what looked like a perfect rental because she said someone angry was living in the basement. We found out later that house had been the scene of a murder-suicide in the 90s. Or when she knew our neighbor's kid was going to get hurt at the playground before it happened. I've learned to trust her instincts, is what I'm saying. So this past April, we finally had some money saved up and decided to upgrade from our beat-up Corolla to something safer and more reliable. We found a used 2014 Infiniti JX35 SUV in great condition. It had all these features our old car didn't. Backup camera, heated seats, blind spot detection system. You know, those little orange lights on the side mirrors that light up when there's a car in your blind spot. We'd been driving it for about a month when Eliza mentioned something weird. There's this curve on Route 17, about 2 miles before you hit our town. Locals call it Dead Man's Curve because of all the accidents there over the years. The road bends hard around this rocky outcropping, and if you're going too fast, especially at night, it's easy to miss it. Anyway, Eliza said the passenger side blind spot sensor kept lighting up at exactly the same point on that curve, even when there were no other cars around. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured maybe there was something reflective on the guardrail, or the sensor was glitchy. But then Eliza said it had happened 5 separate times, always at the exact same spot. That caught my attention. So one Saturday morning, I decided to test it out. We drove to that stretch of road and slowed down near the curve. Sure enough, as we approached the exact spot Eliza had described, the orange warning light illuminated on the passenger mirror. I checked my mirrors. Nothing there. I slowed down, almost to a stop, thinking maybe it was picking up something on the roadside, still lit up. Then, as we moved past that specific point, it went off again. "See?" Eliza said quietly. "It always happens right there." When we got home, I read through the car manual. These sensors are designed to detect moving vehicles within a certain proximity of your car. They don't just randomly activate. They're not supposed to be triggered by stationary objects like guardrails or signs. I spent the next few days testing the sensors in other situations. I'd park near a pole or wall. Nothing. I'd have Eliza walk around the car with her phone. The sensor would light up properly. The system seemed to be working exactly as designed everywhere else. During that time, we were renovating our new house closer to the city. We'd bought this fixer-upper as an investment property, thinking we'd flip it after making some improvements. The plan was to move in temporarily while doing the work, then sell it and move back to our quiet desert town. Last Thursday, we finished the last major renovation project, retiling the master bathroom. We were both exhausted but satisfied and decided to drive back to our desert home for the weekend to relax. It was a beautiful evening, around 7 p.m. Still light out, but the brutal desert heat was finally fading. We had the windows down, enjoying the breeze. Eliza had her right arm resting on the passenger door, hand dangling outside, the way you do on a nice evening drive. We were listening to some podcast about home renovation, half paying attention, just unwinding after weeks of hard work. We turned off Pine Street onto Route 17. As we approached Dead Man's Curve, I wasn't even thinking about the blind spot thing, but Eliza suddenly screamed, not a startled yelp, but a full-on blood-curdling scream. I nearly drove off the road. She jerked her arm inside so violently she hit her elbow on the doorframe. Then she doubled over, hiding her face in her arms, shaking uncontrollably. Her left hand shot out and grabbed my leg, her fingernails digging in through my jeans. What happened? What's wrong? I pulled over immediately, heart pounding. She couldn't speak for a good 30 seconds, just kept shaking her head, breathing in these short, panicked gasps. I noticed goosebumps all over her arms despite the warm evening. When she finally looked up, her face was drained of all color. "Something touched me," she whispered. "A hand." I felt fingers, grazing the top of my arm. I looked around. We were alone on the road. The sun was still up. There was nowhere anyone could have been hiding. "The sensor light came on," she continued, her voice breaking. "Just like before. And then I felt it. Cold fingers, just barely touching me. Like someone reached out as we drove by. I checked the blind spot sensor. It was off now. Could it have been a branch? Or maybe a bird?" She shook her head vehemently. "It was a hand, James. Human fingers. I know what a hand feels like. I'm not going to lie. I got chills. I still trusted my eyes. There was nothing there that could have touched her, but I also trusted Eliza. If she said she felt a hand, she felt something. She suddenly reached for the window controls and closed all 4 windows. Then she sat up straight, her expression changing from fear to something more determined. "They're not welcome," she said firmly, staring out at the empty curve of road behind us. "They need to leave right now." Before I could ask who they were, she closed her eyes and repeated, "You are not welcome here. This isn't your place. Move on." I sat there, hands still gripping the steering wheel, not knowing what to say. The inside of the car suddenly felt about 20 degrees colder, like someone had cranked the AC to maximum. Except our AC wasn't on. Eliza shivered once, violently, then took a deep breath. "It's gone," she said. "For now." The temperature in the car returned to normal almost instantly. I'm not exaggerating. It was like someone had opened a freezer door next to us and then closed it again. I started driving again, much slower than before. Neither of us spoke for several miles. When we got home, Eliza went straight to the shower. I heard her in there for almost an hour, the water running the whole time. Later that night, we were sitting on the porch, trying to relax with some wine, when Eliza brought it up again. "My grandmother used to talk about hitchhiking spirits," she said, staring into her glass. "Souls that attach themselves to travelers, looking for a way to move on. They're drawn to movement, to journeys. You think that's what happened today? A hitchhiking spirit?" She shrugged. "I don't know, but whatever it was, it's connected to that spot, and now it knows we can sense it." I wanted to change the subject, to talk about anything else, but then my phone buzzed. It was a reminder that we needed to drive back to the city house the next morning to meet the inspector for the final walkthrough. "We don't have to go," I said. "I can reschedule." Eliza shook her head. "We can't avoid driving forever, James, and we need to finish with the house. We'll just keep the windows up." The next day we drove back to the city. I deliberately took the long route, avoiding Route 17 and Deadman's Curve entirely. We met with the inspector. Everything checked out fine, and by late afternoon we were heading home again. Different route, same precautions, all windows up, despite the heat. We were about 5 minutes from our house, driving through a completely different part of town, when I noticed Eliza staring intently at the passenger side mirror. "The sensor just came on," she said quietly. I checked my mirrors. Nothing there. The road behind us was completely empty. "Are you sure? It's on right now." I pulled over and got out of the car. I walked around to the passenger side, stood directly where the blind spot would be. Nothing happened. The light remained off. I moved around, testing different positions. Nothing triggered it. When I got back in the car, Eliza was hugging herself, rubbing her arms like she was cold. "It comes and goes," she said. "The light was on the whole time you were outside the car. It turned off the second you opened the door to get back in." That night, Eliza called her aunt, the only other living family member who shared her sensitivity. They talked for hours in hushed tones. I couldn't hear most of it, but I caught phrases like thinning between worlds and attracted to electric fields. The next day, I called the dealership and asked if there had been any recalls or known issues with the blind spot detection system in our model. The service guy said no, but offered to check it out if we brought it in. So we did. They ran diagnostics, tested the sensors, even took it for a long test drive. Everything came back normal. The system was functioning exactly as designed. They suggested maybe we were picking up interference from something, but couldn't say what. For a week after that, everything was fine. No more phantom blind spot alerts, no cold spots, no invisible hands. We started to relax, thinking maybe whatever it was had moved on. Then last night, we were driving back from dinner with friends. It was around 10 p.m., fully dark out. We were taking Route 17 again, our first time back on that road since the incident. As we approached Dead Man's Curve, I could feel Eliza tensing up beside me. I reached over and squeezed her hand. "It's fine," I said. "Windows up, doors locked." We were about halfway through the curve when every electronic system in the car went haywire simultaneously. The radio started scanning through stations at lightning speed. The climate control display flickered, showing rapidly changing temperatures. The blind spot sensors on both sides started flashing erratically. Even the dashboard lights pulsed, dimming and brightening in a pattern that made no sense. The engine kept running, thank God, but the steering felt suddenly heavy, like the power assist had failed. I gripped the wheel with both hands, fighting to keep us on the road. Beside me, Eliza had gone completely rigid. Her eyes were wide open, fixed on something in the back seat. "Don't look," she whispered. "Don't turn around, just keep driving." I've never been so terrified in my life. Every instinct screamed at me to look in the rearview mirror, but something in Eliza's voice stopped me. I kept my eyes forward, knuckles white on the steering wheel, and pressed down on the accelerator. The car lurched forward, and for a second, the electronics stabilized. Then everything went completely dead. No lights, no displays, nothing. It was like the car had been shut off, except we were still moving, still accelerating. In the sudden darkness, I heard a sound from the back seat. Not a voice exactly, more like breathing. Slow, labored breathing, like someone who'd been running for a long time. Eliza started whispering something under her breath. Not English, something older. Words her grandmother had taught her, I guess. The same phrases over and over, getting louder each time. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it was over. All the electronics came back on at once. The engine roared as if responding to the accelerator for the first time. We shot forward, and I had to brake hard to keep from speeding. The rest of the drive home was silent. Neither of us wanted to talk about what had happened. When we got home, Eliza went straight to the bathroom and threw up. I checked the back seat, of course. Nothing there. No evidence that anything had happened at all. This morning I called the dealership again and made an appointment to trade in the Infinity. I don't care if we take a loss on it. I don't care if the next car has no fancy features at all. I just know we can't keep driving that vehicle. Eliza agreed, but said something that keeps echoing in my head. "It might not be the car that's the problem, James. We might be the ones they're following." We've decided to stay in the city house for now. It's closer to hospitals and police, just in case. Eliza's aunt is coming to stay with us next week. She knows rituals, protections, things passed down through generations in their family. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's some kind of electrical interference messing with the car and our heads, or if it's actually something else. But that hand on Eliza's arm was real. The presence in our back seat was real. The fear we both felt was definitely real. All I know is that I'm never driving down Dead Man's Curve again. And I'm beginning to understand why they call it that. Story 12. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. I guess I'm still trying to make sense of it myself, even though it's been over a decade now. Sometimes I think about it when I'm lying in bed at night, and I still get this cold feeling in my stomach. This happened back in 2012 when I was 16. My mom and I had gone to Daytona Beach, Florida, for our summer vacation. It wasn't anything fancy, just a week-long getaway from our normal lives in Ohio. We weren't rich or anything, so this was our big trip for the year. Mom had saved up for months to make it happen. The day it happened started out completely normal. We'd spent most of it on the beach, swimming and sunbathing. I remember getting a bad sunburn on my shoulders, despite putting on sunscreen like 3 times. By evening, my skin was already starting to feel tight and uncomfortable. We decided to treat ourselves to dinner at Joe's Crab Shack. I remember it clearly because I ordered this massive seafood platter that I couldn't even finish. Mom had some kind of fish with a lemon sauce. We were in a really good mood, laughing about how I'd gotten sand literally everywhere, even in my ears somehow. The restaurant was right on the beach, with this big deck overlooking the ocean. We stayed until the sun started to set. When we were leaving, around 8:30 or 9 p.m., we realized we had a problem. Our hotel was way further down the beach than we'd thought, like way further. Mom pulled out her phone and checked the map. Turns out we were about 6 miles from our hotel. 6 miles. We'd taken a taxi there without really paying attention to how far we were going. We could call a cab, Mom suggested, but I was feeling adventurous and stupid looking back. Nah, let's just walk back along the beach, I said. It'll be nice with the waves and everything. Mom hesitated but agreed. I could use the exercise after that meal, she joked. So we kicked off our shoes, stuffed them in Mom's bag, and started walking barefoot in the sand. The beach was mostly empty by then, just a few people here and there. The sky was turning this deep purple-blue color, and it was actually really peaceful. About 20 minutes in, I realized we'd made a mistake. The walk was taking way longer than expected, and it was getting dark fast. Mom must have been thinking the same thing because she asked if we should head up to the road and try to catch a cab there. We looked toward the street, but between us and the main road was this stretch of properties, beach access paths, and some pretty dark alleyways. The streetlights were visible, but to get there we'd have to navigate through these dark passages between buildings. I think we're better off staying on the beach, Mom said. At least here we can see ahead of us, and there's no one around. I agreed. The beach felt safer somehow, more open. Little did I know. The darkness came quickly after that. Luckily, there was a full moon that night, so we could still see well enough to walk without tripping over anything. The moonlight reflected off the water and the wet sand near the shore, giving everything this silvery glow. We stuck close to the water's edge where the sand was packed and easier to walk on. We'd been walking for about an hour when I first noticed it. There was a light coming toward us from further down the beach. At first, I thought it was someone with a flashlight, maybe a late-night jogger or another tourist. But something about it seemed off. Mom, do you see that? I asked, pointing ahead. She squinted into the darkness. Yeah, probably someone with a headlamp or something. The light was moving steadily toward us, about 6 feet off the ground. That's when I first realized something wasn't right. A headlamp would be lower, at face level. This was higher, and it didn't bob up and down like it would if someone was walking. It moved with this unnatural smoothness, like it was, I don't know, gliding or something. That's weird, I said, slowing down my pace. The light isn't moving like someone walking. Mom grabbed my arm. Her hand was cold. Tyler, something's not right. We both stopped. The light kept coming closer. It was maybe 100 yards away now, and I could start to make out a shape around it. The moonlight was bright enough that we could see details of people's faces from about 30 feet away, but this thing was still just a dark outline. My first thought was that maybe it was someone on a bike or a skateboard, which would explain the smooth movement. But as it got closer, I could see there were no wheels, no sound of anything rolling over sand. At about 50 yards away, I could finally make out what I was looking at, and my blood went cold. It wasn't a person with a headlamp. It was a figure wearing what looked like a long, hooded robe or cloak, like something a monk would wear. The material was a dull brown color, and it hung all the way to the ground, but there were no feet visible underneath. None at all. The light wasn't coming from a flashlight or headlamp. It was just there, floating in front of this figure, illuminating it from the front. Mum's grip on my arm tightened painfully. "Tyler," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Do you see that?" I couldn't even answer. My throat had closed up completely. The figure kept coming closer, gliding over the sand without leaving footprints. I remember thinking that very clearly. There should be footprints in the sand, but there weren't any. It just moved forward like it was floating a few inches above the ground. When it was about 30 feet away, I could see more details, and I wished to God I couldn't. The hood of the cloak was large and deep, hanging forward, so it should have cast a shadow over the wearer's face. But there was no face, just emptiness, a void where a face should have been. Not darkness exactly, but an absence of anything at all. Mom and I were frozen in place. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The rational part of my brain had completely shut down. All I knew was that what I was seeing wasn't possible, wasn't natural. The figure kept coming, apparently oblivious to our presence. It wasn't moving fast, just at a steady pace, maybe walking speed if it had been walking. But it wasn't walking. It was gliding, floating, moving without taking steps. When it was about 15 feet away, I thought I heard something. Not exactly a sound, more like pressure in my ears, like when you're on an airplane and your ears need to pop. A sort of low humming that wasn't quite audible. 10 feet away now. I could see that the cloak wasn't made of normal fabric. It seemed to shift and move slightly, even though there was hardly any breeze. The edges were ragged, almost like they were dissolving into the air. 5 feet. The void where the face should be was right in front of us. There was no depth to it, no features, no eyes, nothing, just a complete absence that somehow felt like it was looking right through me. And then the impossible happened. The figure just passed right by us. It didn't acknowledge us in any way, didn't turn, didn't stop, just glided past as if we weren't even there. I felt a cold rush of air as it went by, like opening a freezer door. It smelled faintly of something I couldn't identify. Not unpleasant, just strange. Like ozone or the air after a lightning strike. As it passed, I managed to turn my head to watch it. The back of the cloak looked the same as the front. The same ragged edges, the same impossible movement. And then it just continued down the beach, moving away from us at the same steady pace. Mom and I stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. I realized I was holding my breath and let it out in a rush. Did you see that?" Mom's voice was barely a whisper. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "What was it?" she asked. "I don't know." My voice sounded strange, distant. "I really don't know." We both turned to look down the beach again. The figure was still visible, still moving away from us. The light that had been in front of it was now visible from behind, casting the same steady glow. Something broke inside me then, some dam of fear that had been holding me in place. "We need to go," I said, grabbing Mum's hand. "Now." We didn't run. Somehow that felt like it would be worse, like it would attract the thing's attention. But we walked as fast as we could in the opposite direction. I kept looking back every few seconds, watching as the figure got smaller and smaller in the distance, until finally I couldn't see it anymore. We ended up leaving the beach at the next access point and paying way too much for a taxi back to our hotel. Neither of us said a word about what we'd seen during the ride. It wasn't until we were back in our room with the door locked that we finally talked about it. "That wasn't a person," Mum said, sitting on the edge of her bed. Her hands were shaking. "No," I agreed, "it wasn't." "What do you think it was?" she asked. I shook my head. I've always been the scientific one in the family, the skeptic. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters or anything supernatural. Or at least I didn't before that night. "I don't know," I said again, "but we both saw it. Exactly the same thing." We compared notes, described what we'd seen in detail. Our descriptions matched perfectly. The brown cloak, the hood, the void where the face should be, the gliding movement, the light, the cold feeling as it passed. We hadn't imagined it. It was real. We didn't tell anyone else during our vacation. What would we say? Who would believe us? We tried to enjoy the rest of our trip, but we didn't go back to the beach after dark again. And when we did go during the day, I kept looking down the shoreline, half expecting to see that figure gliding toward us in broad daylight. It's been over 10 years now, and I still think about it sometimes. I've tried to find rational explanations. Maybe it was someone playing a prank, wearing some kind of elaborate costume. But how would they move like that without leaving footprints? How would they hide their face so completely that not even moonlight revealed it? How could they glide over sand so smoothly? I've researched local legends since then, looking for anything similar. There are stories of haunted places in Daytona Beach, but nothing that matches what we saw. No mentions of a faceless monk or a floating figure on the beach. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has seen it. If there are other people out there who've had the same experience, but, like us, were too afraid of sounding crazy to talk about it. I still don't know what to believe. I'm still that same scientifically minded skeptic in most ways. But that night on Daytona Beach shook something fundamental in how I see the world. There are things out there that defy explanation, things that shouldn't exist but do. I don't have nightmares about it anymore, but sometimes when I'm walking alone at night, I'll get this feeling of being watched. I'll turn around, half expecting to see that hooded figure gliding toward me, that void where a face should be. And even though it's been years, even though I'm now an adult with a job and a life and all the rational explanations in the world at my fingertips, I still can't explain what my mother and I saw that night on the beach. I just know it was real. As real as the sand between my toes and the moonlight on the water, as real as the cold fear that still grips me when I think about it too long. And sometimes, when the light hits just right and creates strange shadows, I find myself looking twice, making sure there's a face inside the darkness. Ditihi, Story 13. I'd say I'm still not sure how to explain what happened that night in our house in Birmingham. I've gone over it 100 times in my head, and no matter how I analyze it, I can't make sense of it. This happened about 6 months ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. For context, I'm 37, and my wife Lisa and I bought this century-old house about 3 years ago. It's a beautiful Victorian-style place with lots of character. High ceilings, ornate moldings, the works. We live here with Lisa's mum, who moved in with us after her husband, Lisa's dad, passed away about 5 years ago. He was an electrician, and honestly, one of the kindest men I've ever known. We also have our Japanese Akita, Koda, who's basically our furry child for now. The house isn't what I'd call creepy. It's actually warm and inviting most of the time. We've done a lot of renovations since moving in, and the only room we hadn't touched yet was the small bedroom next to ours. We've been holding off on renovating it because we're hoping to have a baby soon and wanted to design it specifically as a nursery once we knew we were expecting. I should mention that I've had a series of recurring dreams over the past few months. They always take place in that unused bedroom and feature this massive paper balloon, like one of those old-fashioned Japanese lanterns, but enormous. In the dreams, I somehow know that the balloon represents a child, specifically a little girl. Our unborn daughter, I think. The dreams usually involve me just watching the balloon float gently around the room, but they always left me feeling uneasy upon waking. The night everything happened, I had gone to bed around 11 p.m. Lisa was already asleep beside me, and Coda was in his usual spot in the hallway just outside our bedroom door. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from a long day at work. The dream started like the others. I was standing in the future nursery, watching the paper balloon float near the ceiling. But this time was different. The balloon wasn't gently drifting. It was moving with purpose. As I watched, it suddenly dropped, falling directly toward me. I jumped back and the balloon hit the floor where I'd been standing. Then it rose up again, this time moving faster, more aggressively. I knew in that bizarre dream logic way that it was trying to kill me. I ran from the room with the balloon pursuing me. I made it to our bathroom and slammed the door, but the balloon somehow seeped through the crack beneath the door, reforming inside the bathroom. I was trapped. I started screaming, truly terrified, backing up against the shower door as the balloon advanced. And then Lisa was there, shaking me awake. I was sitting upright in bed, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering in my chest. I was shouting something about the balloon, and it's trying to kill me. Lisa looked terrified, not of my dream, but of me, of how panicked I was. "You were having a nightmare," she said, rubbing my back. "You're okay, just breathe." It took me several minutes to calm down. The dream had felt so real, so visceral. After reassuring Lisa I was okay, I told her I needed some water and headed downstairs to the kitchen. The house was quiet and dark. It was about 2:30 a.m., according to the microwave clock. I poured myself a glass of water and leaned against the counter, trying to shake off the lingering dread from the nightmare. After a few minutes, I felt composed enough to head back upstairs. As I climbed back into bed, Lisa mumbled something sleepily and rolled over. I pulled the covers up and tried to get comfortable, but that's when I noticed something odd. Despite the house being warm, we keep the heating on at night during winter, I felt cold. Not just regular cold, but a penetrating chill that seemed to start from inside my body and spread outward. It was like being submerged in ice water, but from the inside out. I pulled the duvet higher, thinking maybe I was still coming down from the adrenaline of the nightmare. And that's when I thought about the balloon again, that paper representation of a dead child that had been haunting my dreams. Just as the image formed in my mind, my eyes drifted to the TV mounted on our bedroom wall. The TV switched on, not just on, but to full brightness, no channel, just the bright blue screen that appears when there's no input. I froze, staring at it. We hadn't touched the remote, which was still on the nightstand next to Lisa. "Lisa," I whispered, nudging her. "Lisa, wake up." She groaned and rolled over, opening her eyes. "What is—" She stopped mid-sentence when she saw the TV. "Did you turn that on?" she asked. "No, it just came on by itself." We both stared at the TV for a moment. Then Lisa reached for the remote and turned it off. "Must be a power surge or something," she said, putting the remote back down. But I could tell by her voice that she didn't believe that any more than I did. The cold feeling was getting worse. My teeth started to chatter even though the room was perfectly warm. Lisa touched my arm and gasped. "Marcus, you're freezing," she said, pulling her hand back like she'd touched ice. Before I could respond, the LED strip lights we had installed around the top perimeter of our room flicked on. These weren't normal LEDs. They were specialized ones that Lisa's dad had installed for us before he died. He was obsessed with LED lighting and had wired our entire house with custom setups. These particular ones were controlled by a special switch that was currently in the off position. The lights didn't just come on, they started cycling through colors, something they were programmed to do only when specifically set to that mode. Red, blue, green, yellow, purple, around and around in a rainbow sequence. "What the hell?" Lisa whispered, clutching my arm. We were both sitting up now, staring at the lights. They continued their color cycle for about 2 minutes, and then, just as suddenly as they had come on, they shut off. The relief was short-lived. Not 2 seconds later, the TV flashed on again, but this time it wasn't the whole screen. It was just an oval-shaped area in the center, a bright flash that lasted maybe half a second. It was the exact shape and size of a balloon. Or a face. Lisa screamed. I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my life. I leapt out of bed and yanked the TV plug from the wall. Then I unplugged the LED lights, my phone charger, the bedside lamps, everything electrical in the room. "What's happening?" Lisa's voice was trembling. She'd pulled the covers up to her chin, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," I said honestly. I was trying to sound calm for her sake, but inside I was completely terrified. The timing was too perfect, too deliberate. I just had a nightmare about a balloon representing a dead child, and now our electronics were behaving in ways that seemed to respond directly to my thoughts. I climbed back into bed, and Lisa immediately wrapped her arms around me, burying her face in my shoulder. I was still freezing cold to the touch, but now I was also sweating. It was the most bizarre physical sensation, like my body couldn't decide if it was in a freezer or a sauna. We sat like that for a while, too afraid to try to sleep, listening to the silence of the house. And then we heard nails clicking on the hardwood floor in the hallway. The bedroom door, which had been slightly ajar, pushed open wider and Coda appeared. Now, our dog has never slept in our room. He has his own bed in the hallway, and he's perfectly content there. He's not one of those needy dogs that has to be with his humans 24/7. But that night, he came straight into our room, looked around cautiously, then came to the side of the bed and lay down with a heavy sigh. "He feels it too," Lisa whispered. I nodded, too freaked out to speak. Whatever it was, Coda obviously sensed it as well. The rest of the night passed without further incident, although I don't think either of us actually slept. We just lay there, holding each other, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house settling. When dawn finally came, the room warmed up, and that unnatural cold that had gripped me all night finally dissipated. Lisa got up and plugged the TV back in, then cautiously turned it on using the remote. It functioned normally. She plugged in the LED lights and tested them too. Again, totally normal. I'd love to say that we found a logical explanation for what happened. Maybe there was a power surge, or maybe the old wiring in the house was acting up. But none of that explains the timing, or how the TV flashed in that specific balloon shape, or why it all happened immediately after my nightmare. Lisa's mom didn't hear or notice anything unusual that night. When we told her what happened, she looked troubled, but suggested maybe it was Lisa's dad checking in on us. She said he always worried about the electrical systems in old houses, and maybe he was making sure we were safe. I don't know if I believe that. I'm not particularly spiritual, and the whole experience felt more threatening than protective. That balloon in my dreams wasn't benevolent. It was trying to harm me, and whatever caused those electrical disturbances seemed to be responding directly to my thoughts about it. We're still living in the same house. Nothing like that has happened since, although I occasionally still have the balloon dreams. They're less threatening now, more just present, watching, waiting. I don't know what to make of any of it. Was it some kind of supernatural event? A bizarre coincidence? A warning about something? All I know is that I experienced something that night that I cannot explain, and just writing about it now brings back that same feeling of dread. The strangest part is that Lisa is pregnant now. We found out a few weeks ago. We're having a girl. And every time I think about decorating that nursery, I get a chill down my spine and see that paper balloon in my mind's eye, floating gently near the ceiling, waiting to fall. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts. I mean, why would I? I've always been a logical guy. Science, facts, that's my thing. I figured all these paranormal stories were just people letting their imaginations run wild in the dark. But after what happened during my night shifts at Hotel Borgo Antico, I'm not so sure anymore. I was 24 when I started working there, just a regular job to pay the bills while I finished my studies. The hotel itself was pretty impressive, not your standard Holiday Inn. It was an entire medieval village converted into a luxury hotel, perched on a hillside in Tuscany. The main building dated back to the 1200s, with narrow corridors, stone walls thick enough to withstand sieges, and those tiny windows that barely let any light in. Perfect place for ghost stories, I guess. My manager Carlo mentioned during my interview that the village had been badly hit during the Black Death in the 1300s. Apparently, over half the population had died in just a few months. But hey, that was 700 years ago. Ancient history, right? I didn't think much of it. The night shift was simple enough. Check in late arrivals, handle any guest issues, make sure everything was running smoothly. The pay was decent, and the nights were usually quiet. Some of my co-workers seemed jumpy, though. Elena, who worked the evening shift, always made sure to leave before it got too dark. Marco, the other night guy, refused to go into certain areas alone. I thought they were being ridiculous. The first weird thing happened about 3 weeks into the job. I was at the front desk when a Russian lady and her husband checked in around 9 p.m. They seemed normal enough, tired from traveling, asking about breakfast times, that sort of thing. I gave them their key to room 17, which was in the oldest part of the building. About 10 minutes later, the woman came back down alone, looking upset. She placed the key on the counter and said in broken English, "Different room, please." I asked if there was a problem with the room. She hesitated, then leaned forward and whispered, "Bad energy, very bad. Something terrible happened there, yes?" I tried not to roll my eyes. I'd already dealt with guests complaining about weird stuff. Rooms being too medieval. What did they expect? Or claiming they heard noises at night. It's a 700-year-old building, for crying out loud. "The room is perfectly fine, ma'am," I assured her. "It was just cleaned today." She shook her head firmly. No. Someone died there. I feel it. Something not good." She made a gesture around her neck. I was about to tell her that nobody had died in that room, at least not recently, when Giorgio, one of the older staff members who was passing by, stepped in. "I'll handle this, Lorenzo," he said, then switched to speaking Russian with the woman. After a brief conversation, he moved them to a different room in the newer section. When they'd gone, I asked Giorgio what that was all about. He looked uncomfortable. "Room 17 has a history. The previous owner of the property hanged himself there in the 1970s. "And you didn't think to mention this during training?" I asked, a bit annoyed. Giorgio shrugged. "We don't talk about it with guests or new staff. We don't want to create suggestions." That struck me as weird, but I figured it was just hotel policy to avoid spooking tourists. Still, I couldn't help but wonder how that Russian woman knew something about the room. Lucky guess? Some hotels do have a death room story. A week passed without incident. Then came the bell. The hotel had a small private chapel, nothing fancy, just a tiny stone building with a few pews, an altar, and a bell tower. It was popular for wedding ceremonies. Around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday night, while I was updating the reservation system, I heard it. The chapel bell rang 3 distinct times. Dong, dong, dong. I looked up, confused. The chapel wasn't used at night, and the bell hadn't been rung in years except for special occasions. I figured maybe a guest had wandered in and gotten curious. though the chapel was supposed to be locked after 8 p.m. I grabbed a flashlight and headed out across the courtyard. It was a cool night, with a thin mist hanging over the property. When I reached the chapel, I found the door still locked. I used my master key to get in and climbed the narrow spiral staircase to the bell tower. The bell itself was fairly small, maybe 2 feet across, suspended from an old wooden beam. What freaked me out wasn't finding someone there. It was that no one was there, but the rope was still swinging gently, as if it had just been pulled. I checked for open windows, thinking maybe a strong gust of wind had somehow moved the rope, but everything was sealed tight. There was no mechanical system. This was a manual bell, the kind you have to physically pull to ring. When I got back to the lobby, I mentioned it to Marco, who had just arrived for his shift. "The chapel bell rang by itself," I said, trying to sound casual. The color drained from Marco's face. "Did you say the bell rang 3 times? "Yeah, why?" He crossed himself. "My grandmother always said 3 bells in the night means someone is about to die." I laughed it off. "Come on, it was probably just the wind or something." But Marco wasn't laughing. "No one has died in their sleep here in the 3 years I've worked here. But every time something strange happens, guests check out early the next day. Remember the American couple last month? The ones who left at 4 a.m.? I didn't, since I was still new, but I didn't want to hear any more ghost stories. I changed the subject. About a month later, I was on shift with Marco again. Around 1 a.m., he went to the kitchen to grab something to eat. Less than a minute later, I heard rapid footsteps pounding up the stairs, and Marco burst into the lobby, white as a sheet. "What's wrong?" I asked, standing up. "I'm not going back down there," he said, his voice shaking. "Not alone." I tried to get him to tell me what had scared him, but he just kept shaking his head. Finally, he said, "Just go see for yourself." I wasn't eager to go investigating, but Marco was genuinely terrified. I went down to the kitchen, flicking on lights as I went. Everything looked normal. Clean counters, closed refrigerators, nothing out of place. "There's nothing down here, Marco," I called up the stairs. When I got back to the lobby, he was sitting with his head in his hands. "You didn't see it," he mumbled. "See what?" I pressed. "The shadow by the wine rack. It was watching me." I almost laughed, but the genuine fear in his eyes stopped me. "Probably just your own shadow from the emergency lights," I suggested. Marco didn't respond. He refused to go back to the kitchen for the rest of our shift. The following week, I was alone on duty around midnight when I noticed something strange in the dining room. The tables were set for breakfast with white tablecloths and place settings. As I walked through, checking that everything was ready for morning, I saw one of the tablecloths moving. It wasn't just a slight movement. The cloth was rippling as if caught in a strong breeze. But here's the weird part. None of the other tablecloths were moving, and there was no breeze. The windows were closed, and the AC wasn't blowing in that direction. I stood there, watching it for maybe 30 seconds before it suddenly stopped. I reached out to touch the cloth. It was ice cold, much colder than the room or the other tablecloths. A few nights later, I was at the front desk when I heard chairs moving around upstairs in the main dining hall. It was around 3 a.m., and no guests should have been there. I called up to Carlo, the night supervisor, who was supposed to be in his office. "Carlo, are you moving furniture upstairs?" "No," he replied, sounding confused. "I'm doing paperwork." "Why?" "I just heard chairs moving in the dining hall." There was a pause. "I haven't left my office in the last hour." I went up to check and found the dining room empty, but 3 chairs had been pulled away from their tables and arranged in a small circle in the center of the room, as if for a private conversation. When I told Carlo, he just nodded and said, "Put them back, please." He didn't seem surprised. Around this time, I started feeling uneasy in certain parts of the hotel. The hallway leading to room 17 gave me goosebumps. The kitchen after midnight made the hair on my neck stand up. I caught myself avoiding the chapel completely. One night, I was walking through the lobby when the heavy curtain at the doorway suddenly swung closed behind me. It wasn't a gentle movement from a draft. It was forceful, like someone had yanked it shut. I spun around, expecting to see a late arriving guest, but there was no one there. In that moment, I had the distinct impression I was being watched. It wasn't just paranoia. It was a physical sensation, like pressure on the back of my neck. I found myself speaking out loud. "Hello? Is someone there?" Silence. But the feeling of being observed didn't go away for hours. Then came the incident that really shook me. I was doing my 4 a.m. round, checking that all the exterior doors were locked. I had just passed the old village well in the courtyard, a stone structure about 3 feet high with a wooden cover, when I heard a splash. I stopped and turned back. The sound had definitely come from the well, which was odd because it had been sealed off decades ago for safety reasons. The cover was partly open, which was a violation of our safety protocols. I walked over, thinking maybe a guest had dropped something down there. I used my flashlight to push the wooden cover aside and pointed the beam down. The well shaft descended about 30 feet before hitting water. As my light hit the surface, I saw ripples, as if something had just disturbed the water. Then just for a split second I glimpsed something pale moving under the surface, something that looked like it was swimming away and submerging deeper. I jumped back, my heart pounding. It could have been a reflection, or maybe some animal had fallen in. But in that moment, what flashed through my mind was the image of a human arm, pale and bloated, disappearing into the darkness. I slammed the cover shut and practically ran back to the lobby. I didn't report it. What would I say? I think there might be a body in the well. I saw something swimming in a sealed well. Either way, I'd sound crazy. The next night was my night off, and I was grateful for it. When I returned for my shift the following evening, Elena from the evening shift handed over with a strange warning. "Be careful if you hear someone calling your name tonight," she said. "What do you mean?" "Last night, Antonio said he heard someone calling his name from the top floor around 3 a.m. When he went up, no one was there. All the rooms were empty." I laughed it off, but about 5 hours into my shift, while I was alone in the lobby, I heard it, a voice saying clearly, "Lorenzo." It came from upstairs. I froze. My name isn't common, and there were no guests who would have known it anyway. We wore name tags without first names for privacy reasons. "Hello?" I called out. Silence. I slowly climbed the stairs to the top floor. The corridor was empty and dark except for the dim emergency lights. All the guest rooms were occupied, but there was no sign of anyone in the hallway. "Is anyone there?" I called, feeling ridiculous. Just as I was about to head back downstairs, I heard it again. Lorenzo, spoken softly from just behind me. I whirled around. Nothing. Nobody. Just the empty hallway. My hands were shaking as I walked back downstairs. I tried to focus on logical explanations. Maybe another staff member was playing a prank, or maybe I'd heard a guest saying something else that sounded like my name, but I knew what I'd heard. The next morning I went to Carlo and asked him point blank if the hotel was haunted. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "This building has stood for 8 centuries, Lorenzo. Many people have lived here. Many have died here. From the plague, from old age, from accidents. Some places hold on to memories longer than others." "That's not really an answer," I said. He sighed. "The incidents come and go. Sometimes months pass with nothing unusual. Then, for no reason, things start happening again. We don't talk about it with guests, and we try not to feed into it ourselves. Why don't you bring in someone, a priest or, I don't know, a ghost hunter or something?" Carlo looked almost amused. "We did, about 10 years ago, after a guest claimed they saw a monk in their room at night. The priest blessed the property. The paranormal team set up cameras. Nothing happened while they were here, of course. But the night after they left, he trailed off. What happened? I pressed. Every bell in the building rang at exactly 3:33 a.m. The chapel bell, the service bells, even the antique dinner bell in the display case, all at once. I stared at him, waiting for him to crack a smile and tell me he was joking. He didn't. That was 3 weeks ago. I'm still working the night shift, but I'm looking for another job. Last night I was doing my rounds when I passed room 17. The door was slightly ajar, which was odd because the room was vacant and should have been locked. I pushed it open and stepped inside, reaching for the light switch. Before I could find it, the door slammed shut behind me with enough force to make me jump. I fumbled for the light, but it wouldn't turn on. Then I felt it, a cold spot in the room, moving around me like someone circling me in the dark. And the smell, like damp earth and something rotting. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I heard a strange creaking sound from above. When I finally managed to get my flashlight on and point it upward, I saw what looked like a shadow swinging gently back and forth from the ceiling beam. I ran. I just ran. I didn't stop until I reached the lobby. I don't know what's happening in that hotel. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or not. But I know what I've experienced, and it's not something I can explain away anymore. I only have 2 more night shifts before my 2 weeks' notice is up. I'm counting the hours. I just hope nothing else happens before I leave that place for good. Story 15. I've been wanting to share this for a long time, but I've always been scared people would think I'm crazy. I'm 28 now. But what happened when I was 15 still gives me chills whenever I think about it. Even typing this now, my hands are a little shaky. Growing up in Elmsbrook, I was, to put it bluntly, a complete nightmare. My parents weren't rich, but they worked super hard to make sure I had everything I needed. Instead of being grateful, I was the definition of a spoiled brat. I threw tantrums when I didn't get my way, I talked back constantly, and I treated my parents like they were my personal servants. I'm not proud of it, but that's who I was. My grandparents, my dad's parents, had always been a huge part of my life. Grandpa Joe was this tough old guy who'd worked construction his whole life, and Grandma Betty was the sweetest woman you'd ever meet, though she didn't take any crap from anyone, especially not from me. They lived about 20 minutes away, so we saw them all the time. When I was 14, they both passed away within months of each other. Grandma went first, heart attack in her sleep. Then Grandpa, who everyone said died of a broken heart just 4 months later. I was sad, of course, but I didn't really process it the way I should have. I was too wrapped up in my own teenage drama to really grieve. After they died, I actually got worse. Looking back, I think I was angry they were gone, but instead of dealing with those feelings, I just lashed out at everyone around me. My poor parents were at their wits' end with me. Then came that night in October. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I'd had a huge fight with my mom earlier about my math homework. I'd called her stupid, actually called my own mother stupid, because she couldn't help me with my advanced algebra. I stormed up to my room, slammed the door, and threw myself on my bed, fuming about how unfair my life was. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I remember was waking up to my room feeling ice cold. Not just cool, but the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. My window was closed, and we hadn't turned the AC on yet that fall. The digital clock by my bed read 3:17 a.m. I was about to get up and grab another blanket when I felt it, the edge of my mattress sinking down like someone was sitting on it. At first, I thought maybe our cat had jumped up, but then I realized the depression was way too big for a cat. It was like a full-grown adult was sitting there. I froze completely. My heart started hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. I was lying on my side, facing away from whatever was sitting on my bed, and I couldn't bring myself to turn around. I just lay there, paralyzed, as goosebumps covered every inch of my skin. Then I smelled it, that mix of Old Spice aftershave and peppermint candies that always meant Grandpa Joe was nearby. It was so distinct, so unmistakably him. that for a split second I forgot to be terrified. But reality crashed back in when I felt a heavy hand pat my leg through the blanket, twice, firmly, exactly how Grandpa used to do when he was saying goodnight. The weight shifted as whatever it was stood up from my bed. I was breathing in short, shallow gasps, too scared to even cry out. That's when I heard the familiar squeak of the floorboard by my dresser, the one that always announced someone was standing there. Finding some courage I didn't know I had, I slowly rolled over and looked toward my dresser. There was nothing there that I could see, but the framed photo of me with my grandparents that sat on top suddenly flew across the room and crashed against the wall. It didn't just fall, it was like someone had picked it up and thrown it with force. I finally found my voice and let out a terrified scream. I heard my parents' footsteps racing down the hall, and my bedroom door flew open as my dad flipped on the light. I was sitting bolt upright in bed, pointing at the broken frame on the floor, sobbing and trying to tell them what had happened. As my dad examined the broken frame, his face went pale. The glass was shattered, but the photo was completely intact, and what freaked me out the most was that it had been altered somehow. In the original photo, I was making a silly face behind my grandparents' backs, one of my typical disrespectful poses. But now, in the photo on the floor, my expression was normal, respectful even. My mom was trying to calm me down, assuming I'd had a nightmare. But my dad seemed shaken. He kept looking around the room like he expected to see someone else there. I told them everything. The weight on my bed, Grandpa's smell, the photograph flying. My dad just nodded slowly, while my mom looked concerned. "Your grandpa always said he'd come back and straighten you out if he had to," my dad finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He didn't like the way you were acting before he died." I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every little creak or sound. By morning I was exhausted, but also deeply, fundamentally changed. It wasn't just fear, though there was plenty of that. It was like something had clicked into place in my brain. My grandparents had come back to tell me something important, and I'd better listen. From that day forward, I was different. I stopped the tantrums, started helping around the house, and began treating my parents with the respect they deserved. My mom actually asked me once if I was sick because the change was so dramatic. I just told her I'd realized some things. I couldn't bring myself to tell her that what really happened was that Grandpa Joe had scared the living daylights out of me from beyond the grave. But that's not where the weird stuff ended in our family. About 6 months after my late-night visitors, we experienced another series of events that still gives me goosebumps to think about. My Uncle Eddie, my mom's brother, had died back in 1994 when I was just a little kid. He was in the Marines, stationed somewhere overseas, when he was killed by a gunshot. The official report said it was an accident, but there were always whispers in the family that there was more to the story. I didn't know much about it because nobody talked about it openly, especially not around us kids. I do remember his funeral, though, even though I was only about 4. It was this really bizarre day weather-wise. It was snowing and raining at the same time. I remember standing there watching the snow melt as it hit the umbrellas. Everyone said it was Eddie making his presence known. He always loved weird weather. A few days after his funeral, my mum's sister, Aunt Carrie, woke up in the middle of the night screaming. She told everyone she'd had a dream where Eddie had come to visit her. But it wasn't like a normal dream. It felt real, she said. In this dream, Eddie told her exactly who had killed him. He described this guy he'd served with, gave his name, described his car, some specific model of Chevy with a dent in the passenger door, and even told her which barracks building the guy lived in. He said this guy had shot him because of some dispute over a girl they both liked. The crazy part is that my aunt had never known any of these details. Eddie hadn't mentioned this guy in any of his letters home, and my aunt had never met any of his Marine buddies. When she told my mom about the dream, they actually looked into it. They found out there really was a guy with that name in Eddie's unit, and he did drive the car Eddie had described in the dream. My mom and aunt took this information to the military authorities, but nothing ever came of it. Without concrete evidence, it was just a weird coincidence at best, or a grieving sister's imagination at worst. But our family knew the truth. Eddie had reached out from beyond to tell us what really happened. After that, Eddie made his presence known in other ways. The most persistent one involved this porcelain picture frame my mom kept on a high shelf in our living room. It had Eddie's boot camp graduation photo in it, and it included this little music box mechanism that played "Wind Beneath My Wings," the song they'd played at his funeral. That music box would start playing randomly, not just occasionally, but like a few times a week. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes during dinner, sometimes when nobody was even in the room. My dad checked it multiple times to see if it was faulty, but there was never anything wrong with it. He even took out the batteries once, but it still played. What made it extra weird was that this shelf was really high up. None of us could reach it without a stepladder. My dad put it up there specifically because the music box kept going off, and he thought maybe one of us kids was messing with it. But even up on that high shelf, completely out of reach, it would still randomly start playing. But the most convincing proof of Eddie's continued presence came through my little cousin Jay, Aunt Carrie's son. Jay was born about 5 years after Eddie died, and from the moment he could walk and talk, there was something unusual about him. First off, he looked eerily like Eddie. Bright red hair, blue eyes, and freckles across his nose, just like all the photos we had of Eddie as a kid. This was especially odd because neither Aunt Carrie nor her husband had red hair. When Jay was about 4, Aunt Carrie went to check on him one night after putting him to bed. She found him sitting up in the dark, laughing and apparently having a conversation with thin air. When she asked who he was talking to, Jay looked at her with this big smile and said, "I'm not Jay right now, I'm Googie." Everyone in the family froze when they heard that story. Googie was what Aunt Carrie had called Eddie when they were little kids. She couldn't pronounce Eddie, and it came out as Googie instead. It had been their private joke growing up, and not something anyone had ever mentioned to Jay. There's no way he could have known that nickname. After that incident, Jay would occasionally come out with things only Eddie would know, details about their childhood home that had been sold years before Jay was born, stories about their grandparents who had died before Jay was born, even the name of Eddie's first girlfriend in high school. When asked how he knew these things, Jay would just shrug and say, "Uncle Eddie told me." As he got older, these moments became less frequent, but they never completely stopped. Even now, Jay, who's in college, will occasionally call Aunt Carrie to tell her that Eddie says hi, or that Eddie wants you to know he's watching out for you. Our family doesn't talk about these experiences much outside our close circle. We know how it sounds, but we've all witnessed enough to know that sometimes the people we love don't completely leave us when they die. Sometimes they come back, especially when they have unfinished business or when they think we need them. In my case, I needed a wake-up call from my grandparents to stop being such a terror. After that night, I never saw or felt their presence again. It's like once they'd accomplished what they needed to, scaring me straight, they could move on. But Eddie seems to have stuck around longer, maybe because his death was violent and unexpected, or maybe because he wants to make sure we know what really happened to him. Either way, his presence has become something we've all just quietly accepted. I don't know what happens to us after we die. I'm not particularly religious, and I've never been into all that supernatural TV show stuff. But I know what I experienced that night with my grandparents was real. The cold in my room, the weight on my bed, Grandpa's smell, and that flying picture frame, those things happened. And I know my family isn't making up the strange occurrences with Eddie. Sometimes I wonder if they're still around, watching over us. I haven't felt my grandparents' presence since that night, but sometimes, when I'm facing a tough decision or feeling particularly lost, I catch a whiff of Old Spice and peppermint, and I know what I need to do. Story 16. Destin. I still get goosebumps when I tell this story, even though it's been almost 10 years now. I've only told a few people because I know how it sounds. But what happened was real, and writing it down might help me process it even after all this time. I was 14 when my mom died from a prescription drug overdose. It wasn't something anyone saw coming, at least not the way it happened. She'd been struggling with chronic pain for years, and the pills were supposed to help her, not take her away from me. The day I found out is burned into my memory. I was staying at my grandmother's house while my mom was supposed to be at a doctor's appointment. My grandma got a phone call around dinner time, and I knew something was wrong the second she answered. Her face just collapsed. She turned away from me, but I could hear her voice breaking as she asked questions like, "When, and are you sure?" When she hung up, she just stood there for a long time with her back to me. When she finally turned around, her eyes were red and puffy. "Sarah, honey," she said, "I need you to sit down." The words hit me like a physical blow. My mom was gone. Just like that. No goodbyes, no last words. Just gone. They found her in her bedroom. She'd taken too many pills, they said. Whether it was on purpose or by accident, nobody knew for sure. I don't remember much about the rest of that day. Everything was a blur of faces and voices telling me how sorry they were. My dad showed up eventually. We hadn't lived together since I was 8, and seeing him standing awkwardly in my grandma's living room just made everything feel even more wrong. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking that if I'd been home instead of at my grandma's, maybe I could have found her in time. Maybe I could have called 911. Maybe she'd still be alive. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I started dreaming, but it wasn't like any dream I'd ever had before. It felt different, more real. In the dream, I was walking down this long, white staircase. It seemed to go on forever, spiraling down into a soft, hazy light. When I finally reached the bottom, I was in a hallway with white walls that seemed to stretch on forever in both directions. And that's when I saw her. My mum was walking slowly down the hallway, away from me. She wasn't alone. There was someone else with her, but I couldn't make out who it was. Just a kind of blurry shape walking beside her. "Mom!" I called out and started running toward her, but no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't catch up. The hallway kept stretching out in front of me, and my mom kept getting farther away. "Mom, wait!" I screamed. "Please don't go!" She turned slightly, just enough that I could see her profile, and I swear she smiled at me. Then she and the figure beside her turned a corner, and they were gone. I woke up with tears streaming down my face and this overwhelming feeling that I'd just seen my mom. Not a dream of my mom, but actually her. I can't explain it, but I knew the difference. This wasn't just my brain trying to process grief. This was something else. The next few weeks were a nightmare of funeral arrangements, moving in with my dad, which I absolutely did not want, and trying to go back to school like nothing had happened. I felt like I was sleepwalking through my own life. Then the dreams started coming more frequently. About a week after the funeral, I had another one. This time, I wasn't chasing after her. Instead, I was sitting on a bench in what looked like a park, and she just sat down next to me like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Hey, sweetie," she said, and her voice was exactly how I remembered it. "Mom," I couldn't believe she was there. Are you really here?" She smiled, and it was her smile. Not some weird dream version, but her actual smile with the little crinkles around her eyes and the way one side of her mouth went up higher than the other. "I'm here," she said. "I can't stay long, but I wanted to see you." We talked for what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes in real time. She asked me how I was doing, and I told her I missed her so much it physically hurt. She brushed my hair back from my face the way she always used to. Why didn't you tell them you wanted to stay with me? She asked suddenly. I was confused. What do you mean? In court. Why didn't you tell the judge you wanted to stay with me instead of your dad? I felt cold all over. When my parents divorced, there had been a custody hearing. I was only 8, and they asked me who I wanted to live with. I said my dad because I was mad at my mum that day over something stupid. I had regretted it ever since, especially because my dad remarried quickly and his new wife never liked me much. I'm sorry, I whispered. I was just a little kid. I didn't understand. She squeezed my hand. It's okay, Sarah. I just wondered. That was the thing that made me realize this wasn't just a normal dream. There's no way my subconscious would have brought that up. It was something I never talked about, something I felt incredibly guilty about. It was like she was really there, asking me real questions. I had a few more dreams like that over the next couple of months. Sometimes we'd just sit together, not talking. Other times she'd tell me things about where she was now. But when I woke up, I could never quite remember the details, just the feeling that she was okay. But the experience that convinced me, beyond any doubt, happened when I wasn't even asleep. It was about 3 months after she died. My dad and stepmom were going through a rough patch, fighting all the time, and I couldn't stand being in the house with them. So I was staying with my Aunt Jenny for the weekend. Aunt Jenny lived alone in this small house across town. She gave me the spare bedroom, but the mattress was super uncomfortable, so I ended up sleeping on the couch in the living room. The couch faced the kitchen, which had this nightlight plugged into the wall near the sink. The thing is, it wasn't automatic. You had to physically press it to turn it on or off. That night, I was lying on the couch trying to fall asleep, but feeling too wired and sad. I was staring at the kitchen, which was completely dark because the nightlight wasn't on. Suddenly the light clicked on, just like that, click, and the kitchen was bathed in this soft yellow glow. My first thought was that Aunt Jenny had gotten up to get a drink or something, but I didn't hear any footsteps or see anyone. The light had just turned on by itself. "Hello?" I called out softly. No answer. I got up and went into the kitchen, thinking maybe the light was faulty or something, but when I got there, I realized it was the kind you have to physically press to turn on. There's no timer or motion sensor or anything like that. I checked the whole kitchen, but there was no one there. I even peeked down the hallway toward the bedrooms, but it was dark and quiet. Aunt Jenny was definitely still asleep. I went back to the couch, feeling a little freaked out, but also strangely calm, like part of me already knew what was happening. I sat down and just started talking, out loud, to the empty kitchen. "Mom?" I whispered. "Is that you?" The light didn't change or flicker or anything dramatic like that. It just stayed on, steady and warm. I don't know why, but I just kept talking. I started telling her about school, about how I was doing in math, not great, and English, better. I told her about this art project I was working on, and how I'd made a new friend named Zoe, who was into the same bands as me. It felt good, just talking to her like she was sitting there across from me. Then I mentioned something about Dad and his wife arguing all the time, and the exact second I said Dad, the light went out. The kitchen plunged into darkness. My heart nearly stopped. My mum knew how terrified I was of the dark. Ever since I was little, I couldn't sleep without some kind of light on. She used to tease me about it, but gently, and she always made sure I had a nightlight in my room. "I'm sorry," I said quickly, my voice shaking. "I won't talk about him, I promise." And just like that, the light came back on. I sat there, my whole body trembling, but not from fear. It was this overwhelming feeling of, I don't even know how to describe it. Like every cell in my body recognized that my mum was there with me. Not physically, obviously, but somehow she was there. So I kept talking. I told her about how much I missed her, how hard it was to wake up every day and remember all over again that she was gone. I told her that her mum, my grandma, was doing okay, but cried a lot when she thought no one was looking. I told her that I'd kept her favorite sweater and sometimes wore it to bed even though it was way too big for me. I talked until my throat was dry and my eyes were heavy with exhaustion. Finally, I yawned and said, "I think I need to sleep now, Mom. I love you. Good night." And I swear on everything I believe in, I heard the light click off. A clear, mechanical click, the sound of the button being pressed. And when I opened my eyes, the kitchen was dark again. I wasn't scared. I felt peaceful, almost happy. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and fell into the deepest, most restful sleep I'd had since she died. In the morning, I asked Aunt Jenny if she'd gotten up during the night or if the night light in the kitchen was on a timer. "No, sweetie," she said, looking confused. "You have to press it to turn it on." "Why?" I just shrugged and said I thought I saw it go on and off during the night. I didn't tell her what really happened. Some things you just keep to yourself. That night was the last time I had any dreams about my mom or felt her presence so strongly. It's like she needed to check on me one last time to make sure I was going to be okay. I still miss her every day. I'm an adult now, with my own apartment and a job and everything. But sometimes I still catch myself wanting to call her when something good happens, or when I need advice only a mum can give. And sometimes, not often but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I'll talk to her out loud like I did in Aunt Jenny's kitchen. The lights don't turn on and off anymore, but I like to think she's still listening. I don't know what happens after we die. I don't know if there's a heaven or something else entirely, but I know what I experienced that night. My mom found a way to come back, just for a little while, to let me know she was still watching over me, and nobody will ever convince me otherwise. Story 17. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last summer when I was babysitting my little cousin Eva. It's been almost a year, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff, but after that night, I honestly don't know anymore. My aunt moved to this old farmhouse in Oakvale about 2 years ago. It's this tiny rural town where everyone knows everyone, surrounded by fields and woods. The property has 2 houses, the main one where my aunt lives with Eva, and my grandmother's smaller house about 200 yards away across the lawn. Both are pretty isolated, with dense woods surrounding them on 3 sides. The previous owner was an elderly woman who died in the main house, which honestly never bothered me until that night. Eva was 10 at the time, and I was 17. I'd watch her sometimes when my aunt had night shifts at the hospital. Eva was always this super independent kid who hated being babied. She'd roll her eyes if you tried to help her with anything and would literally squirm away if you tried to hug her for too long. That's why what happened was so out of character. The evening started normally. My aunt had set up a fire pit between the 2 houses where we would sometimes roast marshmallows. It was late June, warm but not hot, with that heavy stillness that comes before a storm. Eva had been playing in the yard while I got the fire going. I remember noticing how the woods seemed darker than usual, like they were closing in around the clearing where our houses stood. My aunt had mentioned a few times that Eva had an imaginary friend. She didn't seem concerned, said it was normal for kids her age. But then my grandmother started saying weird things too, like how she felt watched in certain rooms of the house, especially at night. My aunt admitted she'd felt it too sometimes. They'd joke about the old lady ghost, but never seemed genuinely scared. As Eva and I sat by the fire, I decided to ask her about this friend. I wasn't trying to freak her out or anything. I was just curious. "So, Eva, your mum says you have a friend that no one else can see." She nodded, completely matter-of-fact, poking at the fire with a stick. "Is your friend here right now?" I asked. She shook her head no. "Is your friend a boy or a girl?" Eva just shrugged. "I don't know." "Does your friend have a name?" Another head shake. What do you do with your friend? Nothing, she said. We just sit. Sometimes they watch me play. Something about the way she said it made my skin crawl a little. I tried to keep my voice casual. Does your friend ever talk to you? No, they just look. I remember feeling relieved when she changed the subject, asking for marshmallows. The conversation felt off somehow, but I figured it was just kids' stuff. We roasted marshmallows for maybe half an hour, and everything seemed normal. Then everything changed. It was around 8:30 p.m., still light enough to see across the property, but getting darker. Eva suddenly stopped mid-sentence while telling me about something that happened at school. Her eyes fixed on something behind me. I turned to look, but there was nothing there, just the edge of the woods about 50 feet away. What is it? I asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she did something completely out of character. She climbed onto my lap and wrapped her arms around my neck. This was the kid who would rather die than be held. I could feel her heart racing. Eva? What's wrong? She pointed to a spot on the lawn between us and the woods. What's that? I looked but saw absolutely nothing. What's what? I don't see anything. Her eyes widened. She pointed again, more urgently this time, to a different spot, slightly closer to us. That! Right there! I squinted, scanning the entire area. Eva, there's nothing there. She looked at me like I was crazy. The confusion on her face was so genuine, she really couldn't understand why I couldn't see whatever she was seeing. It's right there! Her voice rose in pitch, and she grabbed my face with both hands, physically trying to direct my gaze. Her little hands were ice cold despite the warmth of the fire. That's when I started to get really scared. Either she was playing an elaborate prank, which didn't seem like her at all, or she was genuinely seeing something I couldn't. Neither option was comforting. What does it look like? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she gasped and jerked backward so violently she nearly fell off my lap. I had to grab her to keep her from tumbling into the fire. Her eyes were following something invisible, moving across the lawn. It's coming, she whispered. I felt the hair rise on my arms. What's coming, Eva? She pointed again, this time to a spot only about 20 feet away from us, then 15 feet, then 10. Whatever she was seeing was getting closer. Suddenly, Eva screamed and buried her face in my shoulder. She was shaking so hard, I could feel her teeth chattering against my collarbone. It's in my face, she cried. Make it go away. I stood up, holding her tight, and that's when I noticed the neighbors' cows in the field beyond my grandmother's house. They were all pressed against the far fence, as far from our property as they could get. Even from a distance, I could hear them making these distressed mooing sounds, not like their normal noises at all. Like they were panicking, something felt wrong. The air seemed heavier, colder. I swear the fire dimmed for a second, though that might have been my imagination. But what wasn't my imagination was Eva's terror. This wasn't a game or a kid being dramatic. She was absolutely terrified. I decided we needed to get inside. Grandmother's house was closer than the main house, so I started walking in that direction, still carrying Eva. She was clinging to me like her life depended on it, her face buried in my neck. I'd only taken a few steps when Eva's head snapped up. She looked over my shoulder, and her whole body went rigid. "Run!" she whispered. "What?" "Run!" she screamed it this time, right in my ear. "It's coming! Run, run, run!" I didn't think twice. Something in her voice triggered a primal fear response in me. I started running toward my grandmother's house, Eva bouncing in my arms. The distance between the fire pit and the house was maybe 150 yards of open lawn, but it felt like miles. When I slowed down to catch my breath, Eva began hitting my shoulder in panic. "Don't stop! Run! It's right behind us!" I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. My lungs were burning, and Eva wasn't light, but her fear was so intense it became contagious. I was absolutely convinced something was chasing us, even though I couldn't see or hear anything behind us. About halfway to the house, Ava suddenly went completely silent. Her body went limp in my arms, and for a horrifying second, I thought something had happened to her, but when I glanced down, her eyes were open, staring at something over my shoulder. Her expression wasn't fear anymore. It was something worse, like resignation, like she knew something terrible was about to happen and couldn't stop it. That was the moment I felt it. A cold patch of air that I ran through, like walking into a freezer. It was a hot June night, but for about 2 seconds it felt like winter. And there was a smell, musty and sharp, like old books and vinegar. I reached my grandmother's porch, took the 3 steps in one leap, and practically fell through the front door. I slammed it behind us and locked it, then collapsed on the floor with Eva still in my arms, both of us gasping for breath. My grandmother came rushing from the kitchen, asking what had happened. Eva wouldn't speak. She just clung to me, shaking. When we finally got her to talk about an hour later, she kept saying it was right there and couldn't understand why we couldn't see it. When I asked what it looked like, she said, like a person but not a person. All wrong. That was all we could get out of her. We stayed at my grandmother's that night. I called my aunt, who came home early from her shift. Ava slept between us in my grandmother's bed, waking up screaming twice. In the morning, we went back to the main house. The fire had burned itself out and everything looked completely normal. Ava seemed better in the daylight, though she wouldn't go near the edge of the woods. My aunt took Ava to a child psychologist, thinking she might have had some kind of episode. The psychologist said it was probably an overactive imagination combined with the power of suggestion. She'd heard the adults talking about the old lady ghost and created a scary scenario in her mind. That explanation makes sense on paper, but it doesn't account for what I felt. That cold spot, that smell, the absolute conviction that something was behind us. And it doesn't explain why Eva, who had never been afraid of the dark before, now refuses to sleep without a light on, or why she won't go outside alone after sunset, or why, when I visited last month, she took me aside and whispered, "It's still here sometimes, but I pretend I don't see it anymore." My aunt's thinking about moving. She says it's to be closer to her work, but I think it's because of the nights Eva still wakes up pointing at empty corners of her room. I don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was mass hysteria, me getting caught up in a child's fantasy. Maybe Eva has an overactive imagination that somehow affected me too. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I remember the look on her face when she stared over my shoulder. And I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't made it to the house in time. Whatever it was, I'm not babysitting at that fire pit again. And I still can't explain why all the family photos taken in that house since that night show these strange smudges like fingerprints around Eva's face. My aunt says it's just dust on the lens. I'm not so sure. Story 18. I never believed in any of that supernatural stuff. Growing up in Madagascar, you hear all kinds of stories about witchcraft and black magic, but I always considered myself too educated, too modern to buy into it. That changed in 1985 when I was hospitalized with pneumonia in Antananarivo. It started with what felt like a regular cold, coughing, slight fever. Nothing unusual for June in Madagascar when the weather gets cooler. I figured it would pass in a few days, but by the end of the week I could barely breathe. My wife Marie insisted on taking me to the hospital when she found me gasping for air in the middle of the night, my pajamas soaked with sweat. The doctors at the hospital in Antananarivo diagnosed severe pneumonia. I was immediately put on IV antibiotics and oxygen. The ward was overcrowded, typical for our underfunded hospitals in the mid-80s. There were 6 beds crammed into a room meant for 4, with just thin curtains separating patients. The air smelled of disinfectant and sickness. I could hear other patients coughing throughout the night, the sounds echoing against the bare walls and tiled floors. On my third day there, Claude, my brother-in-law, came to visit. I've always had a complicated relationship with Claude. He was deeply involved in traditional practices, what some would call witchcraft. As someone who worked at the French embassy as a cultural liaison, I prided myself on being modern and rational. Claude's beliefs always seemed like superstitious nonsense to me, though I kept those thoughts to myself for my wife's sake. Claude arrived around sunset. I remember because the room had that golden hue that comes through the windows in late afternoon. He brought fruits, a luxury in the hospital, and sat beside my bed while Marie went to speak with the doctor. "Victor, you don't look good," he said, stating the obvious. I was pale, had lost weight, and the oxygen tube in my nose made me look worse than I felt. "I'll be fine," I replied, trying to sound stronger than I was. "The doctor says the antibiotics are working." Claude nodded, but I could tell by his expression that he wasn't convinced. He glanced around the room, at the other patients, then leaned closer to me. "Someone doesn't want you to get better, Victor." I almost laughed, but a coughing fit stopped me. "What are you talking about?" "I've been reading the signs. Someone close to you wishes you harm." His voice was dead serious. "Claude, I appreciate the concern, but it's just pneumonia. People get sick." He shook his head firmly. "Not like this. Not so suddenly." Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of ginger root, about the size of my thumb. It looked freshly cut, the inside still moist and aromatic. "Take this," he said, pressing it into my palm. "Keep it with you. Don't let it go for the next 2 days, not even when you sleep." I tried to hand it back. "Claude, this is—" "Just do it," he interrupted, his voice sharper than I'd ever heard it. "Someone will come to visit you. Someone who pretends to be your friend but wishes you harm. They won't be able to come near you as long as you have this." The intensity in his eyes unsettled me. Claude wasn't usually so forceful. He was typically relaxed, even when discussing his spiritual beliefs. "How do you know someone will visit?" I asked, humoring him. "Because they'll want to see if their work is finished. They'll want to make sure you're dying." A chill ran through me despite the fever. There was something in the way he said it. Not dramatic or theatrical, but matter of fact, like he was telling me it might rain tomorrow. Marie returned, and Claude stepped back, giving me a meaningful look. Before they left, Marie urged me to do as Claude suggested. "Please, Victor, just do it for me, if nothing else." To keep peace in the family, I agreed. After they left, I felt ridiculous holding a piece of ginger in my sweaty palm. I almost tossed it onto the bedside table several times that evening, but every time I was about to let go, I'd remember the look in Claude's eyes, and something stopped me. That night was rough. My fever spiked and I had trouble breathing despite the oxygen. The night nurse came in regularly to check on me, her rubber-soled shoes squeaking on the floor. Each time, I pretended to be asleep, embarrassed to be caught clutching a piece of ginger like some kind of talisman. By morning, the ginger was warm and slightly crushed from being in my grip all night, but I kept holding it. I dozed off after breakfast and was awakened around 11 a.m. by a noise at the door. When I opened my eyes, I saw Richard standing there. Richard was a colleague from the embassy. We worked in the same department dealing with cultural affairs. We weren't close friends, but we were friendly enough, occasionally having lunch together or chatting about work. "Richard," I said, surprised to see him. He wasn't someone I would have expected to visit me in the hospital. He stood in the doorway holding a small bouquet of flowers. He was dressed in his usual style, a light-colored suit, slightly too big for his frame, with a patterned tie. But something seemed off about him. His face looked rigid, his smile too fixed. "Victor, I heard you were ill," he said, his voice carrying across the room. "I thought I'd come see how you were doing." I pushed myself up a bit in bed, still clutching the ginger in my right hand. "That's kind of you. Come in, sit down." Richard didn't move from the doorway. He just stood there, still holding the flowers out slightly in front of him. I noticed then how pale he looked, almost greyish. "Come in," I repeated, thinking maybe he hadn't heard me over the sounds of the hospital. He took one step forward to the exact threshold of the room, then stopped again. His body seemed to stiffen, and a strange expression crossed his face, something between confusion and pain. "Is everything okay?" I asked. His eyes fixed on my hand, the one holding the ginger. I instinctively tightened my grip on it. I can't," he muttered, and I wasn't sure what he meant. "Can't what? Enter the room, speak properly." The moment stretched uncomfortably. Richard stood frozen at the threshold, neither advancing nor retreating. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool air from the hallway. Other patients in the room were starting to notice, giving curious glances. "Why don't you put the flowers in water?" I suggested, pointing to an empty vase on the windowsill. "The nurse can help." Richard's eyes snapped back to my face. For a split second, I saw something in them that made my blood run cold. It wasn't anger or frustration. It was hatred, pure and undisguised. Then it was gone, replaced by that same fixed smile. "I should go," he said abruptly. "I hope you feel better soon." And with that, he turned and walked away. He didn't say goodbye, didn't leave the flowers, just left. I heard his footsteps quicken as he moved down the corridor. I sat there, confused and unsettled. The encounter had lasted maybe 2 minutes, but it left me deeply disturbed. What had just happened? Why did Richard act so strangely? And that look in his eyes. I couldn't shake it from my mind. I examined the ginger in my hand, wondering if Claude could possibly have been right. Did this actually prevent Richard from entering the room? Was Richard really there to harm me? It seemed absurd, yet I couldn't explain his behavior. I spent the rest of the day thinking about it. The more I reflected, the more I realized there had been other odd things about Richard lately. Small comments about me being due for a promotion he thought he deserved. The way he sometimes undermined my work in subtle ways during meetings. I'd attributed it to normal workplace competition, but now I wasn't so sure. That evening, when Marie and Claude visited again, I told them what had happened. Claude nodded grimly. "Did he touch you? Take anything from you? Give you anything to eat or drink?" he asked. "No, he couldn't even enter the room." Claude looked satisfied. "Good. Keep the ginger with you for 1 more day. After that, the danger will have passed." I wanted to ask more questions, but Claude changed the subject, and I was too exhausted to press the issue. That night, I slept with the ginger clutched in my hand, now fully committed to Claude's instructions. The next day passed without incident. No sign of Richard or any other unexpected visitors. By evening, my fever had broken, and the doctor said I was responding well to treatment. When Claude and Marie visited, Claude examined the now dried piece of ginger, nodded with satisfaction, and took it from me. "You don't need this anymore," he said, pocketing it. "The threat has passed." "What exactly was the threat?" I asked. "What did you think Richard was going to do?" Claude's expression was grave. "It's better you don't know. But trust me when I say he meant you great harm. I was discharged from the hospital 3 days later, still weak but well enough to recover at home. I took another week off work before returning to the embassy. When I finally went back, I was anxious about seeing Richard, unsure how to act after our strange encounter, but Richard wasn't there. "Where's Richard?" I asked Sylvie, our department secretary. She looked up, surprised. "You haven't heard. Richard disappeared. Nobody knows where he went." A chill ran down my spine. "Disappeared? When?" "About 2 weeks ago. The day after he visited you in the hospital, actually. He didn't show up for work, didn't call in. When they went to his apartment, all his things were there, but no sign of him. It's very strange." I stood there, stunned. Richard had vanished the day after he tried to visit me, the day after he couldn't enter my hospital room because of Claude's ginger. Over the next few weeks, there was an investigation. The French authorities got involved, as Richard was a French citizen. They questioned everyone at the embassy, including me. I told them about his hospital visit, but left out the bizarre details. His inability to enter the room, that look of hatred. I certainly didn't mention Claude's ginger root. They never found Richard. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. No body, no evidence of foul play, no sightings. After a few months, the case went cold. People at work speculated that he had returned to France for some personal emergency, or maybe had some kind of breakdown and was wandering the countryside. But I knew better. Somehow, I knew that Richard was gone for good, and that his disappearance was connected to what happened in that hospital room. I finally worked up the courage to ask Claude about it a few months later during a family dinner. "What happened to Richard?" I whispered when we had a moment alone. Claude gave me a long, measured look. "The spirits of our ancestors protect those who respect them," he said cryptically. "Those who work with dark forces often meet dark ends." "Did you do something to him?" I pressed. Claude shook his head. "I did nothing but give you protection. Whatever happened to him, he brought upon himself. He wouldn't say more, and I didn't ask again. Some things, I've learned, are better left unknown. It's been almost 40 years since that strange hospital stay in Antananarivo. I've never told anyone the full story until now. I still don't know exactly what Richard intended to do to me that day, or why he harbored such hatred. I don't know what happened to him after he left the hospital. And I don't know how a simple piece of ginger could have stopped whatever he planned. What I do know is that something inexplicable happened in that hospital room, something that defies my once firm belief that the world operates according to rational scientific principles. Sometimes at night I still see Richard's face in that doorway, that mask slipping for just a moment to reveal the hatred beneath. And I wonder what would have happened if Claude hadn't visited me that day, if I hadn't been holding that piece of ginger when Richard came. I no longer dismiss Claude's beliefs as superstition. I've learned that in Madagascar, and perhaps everywhere, there are forces at work beyond our understanding. Forces that can protect us or harm us. Forces that some people like Claude know how to navigate, and sometimes when I'm sick, I still find myself reaching for ginger, holding it tightly in my palm as I sleep. Story 19. I've been carrying this story around for over 20 years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've tried explaining it to myself 1,000 different ways, but I can't find any logical explanation for what happened. This experience completely changed how I see the world. This all went down in 2001 when I was 14. I grew up in a small village in western Madagascar, about 40 kilometers from Morondava. Our village wasn't on most maps, just a collection of homes scattered around dirt paths with the nearest proper road about 5 kilometers away. We had no electricity except for a few houses with generators, no running water, and definitely no internet or reliable phone service. Life was simple, but good. My best friend back then was Thomas. His family was relatively wealthy by our village standards. His father worked for a French mining company and had connections in the city. Thomas's mother, Madame Sylvie, was known for her collection of fancy things from France and the capital. She had several designer handbags that she treasured, especially this dark brown leather one with gold clasps that she'd bring out for special occasions. One afternoon, Thomas came running to my house, completely out of breath. His mother was in tears because her expensive handbag had disappeared. It wasn't just the bag that mattered. Inside were her gold earrings from her wedding, some money, about 1.5 million Malagasy francs, which was a fortune for us, and photos of her parents who had passed away. These items were irreplaceable for her. They had already searched the entire house 3 times. The bag had last been seen during a family gathering the previous day. About 20 people had been there. mostly family, but also some neighbors and friends. No one admitted to seeing anything suspicious. Thomas's father was ready to call the police in Morondava, but Thomas's grandmother suggested something else. She mentioned a woman who lived in a village about 10 kilometers away who supposedly had special abilities to find lost things. I had heard stories about this woman before. People called her Dedi Misi Maso, which roughly translates to Grandma Who Sees. From what I'd heard, she was ancient, possibly over 90 years old, and had been blind in one eye since birth. Yet somehow she could see things that others couldn't. I was skeptical. At 14, I considered myself more modern and educated than the villagers who believed in such things. But Thomas was desperate to help his mother, so I agreed to go with him and his father to visit this woman the next morning. We left early, around 6 a.m., taking a bumpy ride in Thomas's father's old Land Rover. The journey took nearly 2 hours because the paths were barely passable, especially after the recent rains. Thomas's father didn't say much during the trip. I could tell he wasn't convinced this would work, but he was willing to try anything to help his wife. The village where the old woman lived was even smaller than ours. Maybe 15 houses total, all made of mud bricks with thatched roofs. Children stopped playing to stare at us as we arrived. Outsiders weren't common here. A young man directed us to a small house at the edge of the village. The house looked like it might collapse in the next strong wind. The walls were cracking, and parts of the roof were missing. A skinny dog was sleeping in the dirt outside. There was no door, just a faded red cloth hanging in the doorway. We called out a greeting, and after a moment, a young woman emerged. She introduced herself as the old woman's granddaughter and asked why we had come. Thomas's father explained about the missing bag, and she nodded, disappearing back inside without a word. A few minutes later, she helped an elderly woman through the doorway. The sight of her made my heart skip. She was tiny, maybe 4'5" tall, hunched over with age, her skin like crumpled paper. She wore a faded lambamina wrapped around her thin body and a headscarf that barely contained her sparse white hair. One of her eyes was milky white, clearly blind, but the other was dark and sharp, seeming to look through rather than at us. Her hands were twisted with arthritis, and she leaned heavily on a wooden stick that looked as ancient as she did. The granddaughter helped her sit on a small wooden stool outside the house and then retreated inside. The old woman didn't speak for what felt like several minutes. She just breathed heavily, her good eye moving between each of our faces. I felt a chill run down my spine when her gaze landed on me, like she was looking inside me rather than at me. Finally, she spoke in a dialect that was slightly different from ours, but still understandable. Her voice was surprisingly strong for someone who looked so frail. "You've lost something valuable," she said. Not a question, a statement. Thomas's father nodded and began to explain about the handbag, but she raised one gnarled hand to stop him. "Brown leather, gold metal pieces. There were many people in your house when it disappeared." Thomas and I exchanged glances. How could she know the bag was brown with gold clasps? Thomas's father hadn't mentioned any details about it. 23 people, she continued, closing her good eye as if seeing something in her mind. Family celebration, a child's birthday. My mouth went dry. It had been Thomas's cousin's birthday. That's why they had gathered. I hadn't mentioned this to anyone on our journey here. "The bag was on a wooden table near the back door," she said. "A woman with a red headscarf was the last to touch it properly." Thomas gasped. "That's my mother. She was wearing a red scarf that day." The old woman didn't react to his outburst. She continued as if in a trance, her voice monotone. "A child took it, a boy, 7 years old, dark birthmark on his right forearm. Curious eyes. He didn't understand the value." I felt my skin prickle. Thomas's young cousin Rija was exactly 7, and he did have a prominent birthmark on his arm. He had been running around with the other children during the party, The boy was afraid after. He hid it far from your house. It's in his grandfather's property, in the house where the dog sleeps. Thomas's father leaned forward. Which grandfather? Where exactly? The old woman opened her eye and looked directly at him. The father of the boy's mother. The property with the big mango tree at the gate. The doghouse is behind the main house, near where they wash clothes. Thomas gripped my arm so hard it hurt. His cousin Regia's maternal grandfather lived about 3 kilometers from their house. And yes, there was a massive mango tree at his gate. Everyone in the area knew that house by that tree. The bag is still there, hidden under old cloths in the doghouse. The money is gone. The boy gave it to an older child. The rest remains. She closed her eye again and slumped slightly. Her granddaughter immediately came out and placed a hand on her shoulder. The conversation was clearly over. Thomas's father tried to press for more details, but the granddaughter shook her head. She is tired now. You know where to look. Thomas's father placed a stack of bills on the ground next to the old woman. She hadn't asked for payment, but he insisted. The old woman didn't even look at it. As we turned to leave, the old woman called out one last thing. The boy doesn't understand what he did. Don't punish him harshly. The ride to Regia's grandfather's house was tense. None of us spoke about what had just happened. I think we were all trying to process it. How could this woman we'd never met, who lived 10 kilometers away, know so many details? The color of the bag, the red headscarf, the birthday party, Regia's birthmark. It was impossible. When we arrived at the house with the mango tree, Thomas's father didn't mention the old woman. He simply told Regia's grandfather that he was looking for Madame Sylvie's bag and had reason to believe it might be here. The grandfather, confused but cooperative, let us search the property. I'll never forget the moment we found the doghouse, a small wooden structure behind the main house, right where the old woman had said it would be, near the washing area. The dog, a large mixed breed, barked at us but was chained to a post nearby. Thomas's father approached the doghouse cautiously and peered inside. His face went pale. Reaching in, he pulled out exactly what we were looking for. The brown leather handbag with gold clasps, partially covered with old rags, just as the old woman had described. I felt dizzy. It was exactly where she said it would be, hidden exactly how she described. Thomas's father opened the bag with shaking hands. Inside were the gold earrings and the photos, untouched. Only the money was missing, just as she had predicted. Regia's grandfather was shocked. He called for his daughter and grandson to come outside. When confronted, little Regia burst into tears immediately. Through his sobs, he admitted taking the bag because he'd seen money inside. He said an older boy from the neighborhood had convinced him to take it, promising they could buy toys with the money. The older boy had taken all the cash, leaving Regia with nothing but guilt. Afraid of being caught, he'd hidden the bag in his grandfather's doghouse during a family visit. The mystery was solved, but my mind was spinning with bigger questions. How had the old woman known? She couldn't have been involved in the theft. She could barely walk with assistance, let alone travel to our village. She had never met Thomas's family before. There was no way she could have known about the red headscarf, the birthmark, or the exact location of the doghouse. On the way home, Thomas's father finally broke the silence. "We will not speak of how we found the bag," he said firmly. "We'll say we followed Regia and saw him checking on it. That's all." I understood why. What had happened defied explanation. It was easier to create a plausible story than to admit we had witnessed something beyond ordinary understanding. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the old woman's face, her milky blind eye, and her other eye that seemed to see right through me. I wondered what else she could see. Could she see my thoughts? My future? The idea terrified me. A week later, I heard that the old woman had died in her sleep. Part of me felt relieved, though I immediately felt guilty for that reaction. But another part of me felt a profound loss, as if a connection to something greater had disappeared. I'm 35 now and have lived in France for the past decade. I've gotten degrees in engineering and work with computers and data all day. I should be the last person to believe in psychic powers or supernatural abilities. But I've never found an explanation for what happened that day. I've researched cold reading techniques, information leakage, local gossip networks, lucky guesses. Nothing explains the level of specific detail the old woman knew. Sometimes I wonder if there are people in this world who can truly see beyond what the rest of us can perceive. That day in Madagascar showed me there might be more to reality than what we can measure or prove. I still have nightmares sometimes where I'm back in that village, and the old woman is looking at me with her one good eye, seeing all my secrets, knowing things about me that even I don't know. And I wake up wondering what else is out there that we can't explain. Story 20. I've never been the superstitious type. Growing up in France with a Malagasy mother, I was aware of certain cultural beliefs from Madagascar, but they always felt like distant folklore to me. That changed in the summer of 2012 when I visited my mother's homeland. What I witnessed there has haunted me for over a decade now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My name is Marcus. I was 28 when my mother suggested we visit her home village on Madagascar's west coast. She'd emigrated to France in her 20s, but maintained strong connections to her roots. I hadn't been back since I was a teenager and thought it would be a good opportunity to reconnect with that part of my heritage alongside my younger brother Thomas. There's a special ceremony happening, my mother told me a few days into our stay. A tromba ritual. I think you should see it. I knew vaguely what tromba was, a form of spirit possession where ancestors or historical figures temporarily inhabit a living person's body. My mother had mentioned it occasionally throughout my childhood, but always in that casual way people talk about their cultural traditions. I'd always assumed it was mostly theatre, a combination of suggestion, shared belief, and maybe some acting. It's important to understand where we come from, she insisted when she saw my hesitation. My two cousins, who lived in the capital Antananarivo, were also visiting and planned to attend. Eventually, I agreed, more out of cultural curiosity than anything else. The ritual was scheduled for late afternoon in a neighboring village about an hour's walk from where we were staying. As we made our way there, the landscape grew increasingly remote. This part of Madagascar was completely untouched by modern development. No electricity, no running water, and certainly no internet or cell service. Just small clusters of simple wooden homes with thatched roofs scattered among the baobab trees. I remember feeling increasingly uneasy as we approached the village. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the dirt paths. Women were preparing food in front of their homes, children were playing with homemade toys, and elderly men sat in groups, smoking hand-rolled cigarettes and talking quietly. We were led to a circular clearing in the center of the village. About 30 people had already gathered, sitting on woven mats, arranged in a semicircle facing a small wooden stool. Behind the stool stood a thin man in his 50s, wearing a traditional red cloth wrapped around his waist and strings of wooden beads around his neck. This was the Ombiasi, the sorcerer or medicine man who would conduct the ceremony. My mother greeted several people, introducing us as her sons from France. People nodded respectfully, but remained focused on the upcoming ritual. Thomas looked as uncomfortable as I felt, constantly shifting his weight from one foot to another. "Relax," one of my cousins whispered to us. "It's just culture." The Ombiasi began by lighting several bundles of herbs and waving them around the space, creating a thick, sweet-smelling smoke that made my eyes water slightly. He chanted in a Malagasy dialect I couldn't fully understand, though my mother nodded along as if following his words. After about 20 minutes of this, he suddenly pointed toward an elderly woman sitting at the edge of the gathering. She must have been in her 70s, frail and hunched over with age. The woman seemed startled at being singled out, but didn't protest, as two younger women helped her to the wooden stool in the center. "She will be the vessel tonight," my mother explained quietly. "The spirit has chosen her." The Ombayasi continued his chanting, now directing his words and movements toward the elderly woman. He circled her repeatedly, occasionally stopping to sprinkle some kind of powder around her feet or touch her forehead. For a while, nothing happened. The woman just sat there, looking increasingly tired as the ceremony continued. I started to think the whole thing might be a letdown, just an old woman sitting on a stool while a man danced around her chanting. Then everything changed. It started with a slight trembling in her hands. At first, I thought she might be cold, as the evening air had grown cooler, but within seconds, the trembling intensified into violent shaking that spread throughout her entire body. Her head snapped back, and her eyes rolled upward until only the whites were visible. The sudden change startled me, and I instinctively moved backward. "Is she having a seizure?" I whispered to my mother. "No," she replied without taking her eyes off the woman. "The spirit is entering her body." The woman's convulsions grew more intense. Her body jerked and twisted in ways that seemed physically impossible for someone of her age and frailty. Her mouth opened in a silent scream, and a strange gurgling sound emerged from her throat. For a moment, I genuinely feared she might die right there in front of us. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the shaking stopped. The woman's body went completely limp, slumping forward on the stool. The Ombayasi caught her before she could fall to the ground. The clearing was absolutely silent except for the distant sounds of crickets and frogs. For nearly a minute, the woman remained motionless. I began to worry that something had gone terribly wrong. I glanced at my brother, who looked pale and was clearly thinking the same thing. Then the woman's head slowly lifted. What I saw next still gives me nightmares. Her face had changed. Not physically. It was still the same elderly woman, but something in her expression and the way she held herself was completely different. Her previously cloudy eyes were now sharp and alert, scanning the crowd with a predatory intensity. Her hunched posture had straightened, making her appear taller and somehow more commanding. The Ombayasi stepped forward and addressed her, not as the elderly village woman, but as someone else entirely. He spoke respectfully, asking questions in the local dialect. The woman responded in a voice that was not her own, deep, raspy, and distinctly male. Someone handed her a bottle of rum and a pack of cigarettes. What happened next defied everything I thought I knew about human physiology. This frail woman, who earlier had needed help just to walk to the stool, began drinking directly from the bottle, taking long swigs of the strong alcohol without flinching. She then proceeded to place not one, but 3 cigarettes in her mouth simultaneously, lighting them all at once and inhaling deeply. "Who is that?" I whispered to my mother, unable to take my eyes off the scene. "Samuel Thompson," she replied, "an English sailor who died near our shores in the 1780s. His spirit often returns during Tromba." I wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it. We were supposedly watching the spirit of a centuries-dead British sailor possessing an elderly Malagasy woman, but the laughter died in my throat as I continued to observe. The woman consumed nearly half the bottle of rum in less than 10 minutes, showing absolutely no signs of intoxication. The 3 cigarettes burned down, and she immediately lit 3 more. All the while, she continued conversing with the Ombayasi and occasionally addressing various people in the crowd. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe the bottle contained water, not rum. Maybe she wasn't actually inhaling the cigarettes. Maybe this was all an elaborate performance that everyone in the village participated in maintaining. Then she stood up. Earlier, this woman had shuffled slowly with a pronounced limp, needing assistance just to sit on the stool. Now she moved with fluid, confident motions. She walked around the clearing, inspecting people, occasionally placing a hand on someone's head or shoulder as if assessing them. When she approached our small group, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. She stopped directly in front of me, her eyes, so different now, boring into mine. Then, in perfect unaccented English, she said, "You come from far away. The sea brought your ancestors here, and the sea will take them back." I froze. In this remote village, without schools, without electricity, without any access to foreign media or tourists, this elderly woman was speaking flawless English with what sounded like a British accent. My brother gasped beside me. My mother placed a steadying hand on my arm, as if sensing I might bolt. "How?" I started to ask, but couldn't finish the question. The possessed woman smiled, a crooked, unfamiliar expression on her face, and moved on to another group. I turned to my mother, who was watching me carefully. "She doesn't speak English," my mother confirmed quietly. "She's never left this region. She's never even been to school." As the ritual continued, the woman demonstrated more impossible behaviors. At one point, she spotted a ripe mango in a tree bordering the clearing, at least 3 meters off the ground. Without hesitation, she walked to the tree and climbed it with the agility of a young man, swinging herself up using just her arms in a display of strength that should have been physically impossible for her. From her perch in the tree, she continued drinking and smoking, occasionally shouting orders or observations to people below. Some villagers approached with questions or requests, which she answered or acknowledged with the authority of someone accustomed to command. About 2 hours into the ritual, something changed again. The woman's movements became less coordinated. Her speech slurred slightly, not like someone drunk, but like someone struggling to maintain control. The Ombiacy, noticing this change, approached the tree and began another chant. The woman climbed down, still with surprising agility, and returned to the stool. The Ombiacy continued his chanting, now making sweeping motions with his hands as if pushing something away from the woman's body. The woman's eyes began to flutter. Her body started trembling again, though less violently than before. She took one final deep drink from the rum bottle, now nearly empty, and exhaled a cloud of smoke from her last cigarettes. Then she spoke, in that same deep male voice, but now in the local dialect. My mother translated for us. "I must go now. The tide is turning. Remember what I have told you." With that, her body went rigid, then collapsed again. The Ombiacy caught her once more, lowering her gently to the ground as her body convulsed slightly. After about a minute, the convulsions stopped. She lay still, breathing heavily. When she opened her eyes again, the change was obvious. She was back, the same frail, elderly woman who had started the ceremony. She looked confused and exhausted. Several women helped her sit up, offering her water, which she sipped slowly, the most disturbing part. She had no memory of what had transpired. When someone mentioned her climbing the tree, she laughed weakly and said her old bones couldn't possibly manage such a feat. When someone mentioned the rum and cigarettes, she looked horrified and insisted she had never smoked in her life and only took small sips of alcohol for medicinal purposes. The walk back to our village was quiet. My brother and cousins whispered among themselves, but I remained silent, trying to process what I'd witnessed. My rational mind searched desperately for explanations: mass hypnosis, elaborate community acting, some kind of hallucinogen in the herb smoke. But none seemed adequate to explain everything I'd seen. "You're troubled," my mother said as we neared our temporary home. "How could I not be?" I replied. "What happened back there, it's impossible." "Not impossible," she corrected gently, "just beyond your understanding." I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman's transformed face, heard that deep male voice emerging from her throat, remembered the impossible strength and agility of her elderly body. And above all, I heard those perfect English words directed at me. The sea brought your ancestors here, and the sea will take them back. The next morning, I asked my mother more about tromba. She explained that the practice dated back centuries and was common throughout Madagascar, especially in coastal regions. Different spirits, from ancient ancestors to foreign visitors who died on the island, could be called to possess living hosts. During possession, the host took on the personality, abilities, and even knowledge of the possessing spirit. But how do you explain the English, I pressed, or her climbing that tree, or drinking all that rum without getting drunk? My mother just shook her head. Some things cannot be explained in Western terms. This is why I wanted you to see it, so you would understand that there are forces in this world beyond what your French education has taught you. We stayed in Madagascar for another 2 weeks, but I declined all invitations to witness further tromba rituals. The experience had shaken me too deeply. When we finally returned to France, I tried to put it behind me, to file it away as an interesting cultural experience colored by suggestion and expectation. But I couldn't forget. I've spent years trying to find scientific explanations for what I saw. I've read about dissociative states, about the power of cultural conditioning, about performance and theater in ritual contexts. None of it adequately explains everything I witnessed that evening. In 2019, my mother called to tell me that a family member in Antananarivo was going to host a tromba ceremony. She thought it would be a good opportunity for me to bring my own children, then 5 and 7, to experience part of their cultural heritage. I refused immediately. The memory of that elderly woman speaking perfect English, climbing that tree, drinking and smoking without effect. It all came rushing back. The thought of my children witnessing such forces, perhaps becoming vulnerable to them in some way, filled me with a deep, instinctive fear. "They're too young," I told my mother firmly. "You were younger than them when you first heard about tromba," she countered. "Hearing about it is different from seeing it," I insisted. "I'm not ready for them to be exposed to that." My mother didn't push further, but I could hear her disappointment. She believes I'm denying my children access to their cultural roots. Maybe she's right. But after what I saw in that village in 2012, I can't shake the feeling that some doors are better left unopened, some forces better left undisturbed. I still can't explain what happened that day. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was all an elaborate performance, a trick of perception and expectation. Then I remember the perfect English spoken by a woman who had never left her village, the impossible physical feats performed by an elderly body, and I'm back in that clearing, feeling that cold dread wash over me again. Whatever force I witnessed that day, it was real, and it was powerful, and it still watches me in my dreams.